says we can't do that, so we're going to cancel.
Sam wants it to be.
Okay, maybe the
23.
webcam. Is the webcam working now? Sorry, friends. We are live. I'll have to talk in between scanner radio. We've got evacuation orders in Nevada. They came down the pipe in a confusing manner. So I apologize for not going live the moment they came down. First it was mandatory evacuations, and then it was, we want to reduce that to a warning. And then the fire intensified, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, we need this to be evacuation orders. So that was about the same time that my computer restarted to do a Windows update. And then when it restarted, it scrambled all of my desktop icons and opened up, I'm not kidding you, 86 different windows of Edge browser from like the last 86 times that I used it. I don't know why.
Hey, bro, I just talked to one of the SPARKS guys. It sounds like SPARKS dispatch sent out the wrong emergency call. It was supposed to be a warning for those that live up in this area, break.
Oh, no, not
to
again.
Prepare in case they needed to evacuate. So they're like a high advisory, but no actual evacs to be done. And I'm making contact with fire up at the top of the hill. Copy, thank you. I appreciate that. For sure.
Okay. All right. So you see what I'm saying? Mass confusion here. Yeah, I just closed 86, not just tabs, windows of my browser, thinking I needed to go live right now and tell people where the evacuation center is. That's in the link in the description of this video, by the way.
I will try and get a hold of somebody.
Thank you.
They keep saying mandatory evacuation, no, just a warning. Mandatory, no, just a warning. This is the fourth time it flip-flopped here. So let me message people that I'm live.
Kansas, 46 units at patient.
46 units at patient.
Let's tweet it too. That's right, we should tweet. I forget. Or
Washoe next 370 will be 10-6 at the third extension of Point View.
X-370.
what's a person supposed to say anymore? That we should X? Is it still called tweeting?
That would be the Reno building inspectors.
Monetization, right?
Let me show you the fire. This is a time lapse. I'll show you the area where the fire is burning. It's burning up a hillside, and there's been a bunch of suspicious.
I'm not sure you got the plate returned, but that address comes back to 3295 Fairlands Drive on the.
Okay, I'm going to mute that for a second. There's also a weird car chase type situation where a car drove into a house and tried to flee the scene in between these two fires here.
There's a couple spots, they're way in the black, and everything's looking good on that side.
Firefighters?
That's perfect. If you guys want to keep driving around, I got a supervisor patrolling it, and I might plug you guys into another operation over here. So, give me a second, I'll give you the address. Copy that.
They were silent for a whole solid 10 minutes. I thought, oh, great, maybe it's calming down and I can explain what's going on. Then as soon as I hit the live button, it's let's talk. So this is our current live view of the fire from the camera.
Rush 41 Alpha, come around the base of the mountain underneath the power poles. You'll stage at Silver Hill Circle. You'll see a bunch of fire trucks down there. Copy that, stage at Silver Hill Circle.
Thank you. Breakpoint Tahoe 77 Wash radio check.
10 to Wash, thank you.
Thank you. Just NOR 132, they showed up on scene. Can you further?
One moment.
Yeah, can you, after you're done with the scene for a moment, can you have them 25 minutes at 3295 address? It's just up the street.
10-4. And no other units needed?
I think so right now. So.
927.
and I'll be around to Brookville instead.
Copy. And Nora 133, did you copy Charles 9 last?
Watch this, guys.
10-4, I'll be right there.
Right.
Nora 123.
Nora 3.
Verbal parties are finally separated for the night. I'll be in route to 41 and 45.
That's police chatter.
Copy.
Firefighters are staging nearby. They just talked about it.
141.
Look at this incredible video.
No, I'm calling.
J1 on board, and both units are out to Paper River Drive.
That did not get bigger. Sorry.
10-4.
This is from 10:35 p.m. It is now 10 minutes to 1 a.m. We don't have any live color vision, but we've got the live infrared on the cams. We have two different cams looking at it. They keep rotating around. The link in the description of my video.
Informational broadcaster now closing to 1 primary channel. All south units all south call. Switch to green for your primary repeating radio is closed for the evening.
Is where you have your evacuation. They reduced it to a warning. Shelter information for those who want to go to a shelter.
Reno, yellow is closed.
The watch duty link, the camera link, it's all in the description of this video right now. And do give me a shout out in chat.
Train 43.
We got 21 viewers.
Train 43, go.
You say hi. Your donations.
Just confirming we're not doing evacuations right now. Correct. I think it was downgraded to just a warning. Last information I heard, but we're not actively evacuating anybody.
That could change.
After that, I'm here with WCSO. They said residents are telling them that they were told to evacuate.
Keeps changing.
Nah, last I heard it was just a evacuation warning right now advisory.
If you are a resident in the Reno Sparks area, I'll explain what's been happening. Troubled communication has resulted in a bunch of false.
28 for the involved vehicle. And then we came back to 3295. What was the name?
1 sec.
Patterson, the first of Rosalind Ann. Date of birth is going to be from 1938.
All right, that's police chat. We're gonna, I'm gonna mute that and explain the whole situation. So, the fire broke out, and was first reported on watch duty 3 hours ago, about 9:45 p.m. And you can see this big scary image here of holy crap in the neighborhood. So it raced up this hill. One structure was involved. This may be suspicious. In fact, we're not really clear on this, but there's been another fire in the general driving, within driving range of this one, which seems suspicious. Now, this, I haven't been monitoring scanner radio as long as some people have, but that's the reports I've been getting is this is a bit weird. So, hang on a second. We've got firefighter chatter.
Sheets of plywood and probably 4 or 5 2x4s.
Wood.
10-4.
Okay, I don't know if that's fire related. So if you have seen anything suspicious, if you've got doorbell security cams and all that kind of stuff, if anything seems suspicious to you, go ahead and film whatever it is, because it's very hard to catch an arsonist. But arsonists usually do stick around and look at their handiwork. You know, it's a film the crowd sort of a thing. I'm not saying this is arson, but this
Copy responding.
we don't know at this time. I don't use that word.
331.
That word might, but later when something is declared suspicious, that it's too late to have gone and filmed anything that you saw that you might have thought odd at the time. So at this point, I'm assuming that
177 area check.
it's an ordinary fire, but we won't know until, excuse me, I'm going to mute the police chatter. Police and fire are talking on the same channel. But like I said, you know, you can always delete a picture of somebody's license plate of a weird vehicle that seems out of place, or delete the photograph of somebody suspicious off your phone later, but you can't go back in time and take one to potentially help law enforcement. So just don't be a vigilante. Don't take the law into your own hands. Just help the law enforcement. It's just been a bit weird. I'll show you the other fire that's down the street here, the trail fire that was at 350 acres earlier today. So do say hi in chat and ask any questions in chat. We're here to provide information on the fly as we get it, and that's why we're listening live. So let's see, there's more chatter. Let's listen. I'll go back to the summary. I really wish they separated police from fire, but I mean, we're grateful for the volunteer ham radio people that
Sam 170 radio check.
give us a feed at all to look at. So we just, we're very lucky. We don't have tremendously high winds or anything. So for the trail fire, there is evacuation info. The link to watch duty is in the description of my video that's live right now, and I could paste it into chat if you like. And oh, thanks, Hans Gruber. Good to see you. Thanks for shouting out in chat. You know, you're very welcome. Because information from the official sources can be so freaking confusing and contradictory, we're here to iron this out. So the link to support the channel and support the stream is
Engine 8, board up is going to be en route, ETA in approximately 30 minutes, and it's going to be Paul Davis Restoration.
okay. It is in the chat pinned message and also the description. Okay, let's mute them for a second, see if I could do. Hang on.
Lights on, I believe it's 3107 or 6. They're going to need a water shuttle operation. You'll see that the head of the fire is right below them.
Yeah, behind the.
Copy that. Is this going to be the high school parking lot? Is that our best access? Yeah, it's affirmative. I think if you look at your map, you can come down that neighborhood and then come back around, and I believe it's Whittigan, or one of those streets over there. Copy that. We'll find them.
Okay, so to recap, there's evacuation.
Hi, Night. Thanks for your help.
To recap, it's evacuation warnings. It is warnings at this time. It has always been warnings. Twice they act. Shush. Okay, let me mute that. Hang on, Nick. Wait. Wait.
Washoe, myself, and 195 en route to an address for follow-up. 1063.
1067.
It'll be 600 Geiger grade, apartment 334.
Okay, that's police. All right, it's hard to know when the police are going to chatter and firefighters. It's a mixed channel. So here is the Proctor R. Hug High School. Presumably this is behind the high school, which has this hill is on fire. So right now the firefighters are converging on this spot. They said go around to the back of the high school. I'm assuming that's the north side right here, which is the base of the hill. So, whoopsie. I didn't mean to click on Twitter right there, but we have this awesome Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue video, thanks to them, for this footage from earlier. Yeah, I'm just listening. I'll unmute them if it's back to fire chatter. It's constantly in my ear, so if I just stop and put my hand up by my ear, that's because I'm listening to stuff you can't hear, and I'll unmute it. Here it is. This is fire chatter. Hey, John, thank you for being here. And by the way, guys, it might change to an evacuation order, but at the moment, it's evacuation warnings. Come on, fire. Give us a new update. It's on the hill. Fire's location is on the hill, and it's burning grass,
Reno 7193, 23.
bushes.
793.
Thank you so much, Hans, for your kind donation. You guys can use Super Chat too, but Super Chat takes 30%. PayPal's preferred. Thank you for keeping us going, Hans. It's been a rough year. We did not break even last year, so I don't know if fire stream monitoring can continue. This is my first official one of the summer fire season. It's in the middle of the night, but thank you so much. Yeah, every $1 helps, guys. I'm not joking. Thanks for being here, Sarah too. Sarah and John, first 2 months to show up. Sarah alerted me to this. I woke up at 9:30 p.m. because I have a broken tooth right now. So if I sound really weird, I'm sorry. I have an emergency dental appointment in the morning. I want to show you the current situation with the fire. I did a time lapse of the two different cameras that are looking at it. All the links to the camera, the evacuation center that they've set up. All that's in the description of this video. And if you want me to paste it in chat, I can. So this is the hill, and so the camera is now looking at it. It rotates. The best views are from this Hillside, Nevada camera, which are kind of far away, honestly. So this is the current view of it, and I will show you what it looked like last 3 hours. So let's full screen that. You can see it just raced.
Line 3, 23 stack 12.
23 service on Plymouth.
Sorry, it rotates. Is this firefighter's going to talk? Twice? They were wrong evacuation orders.
No, 137. In the area, and you can cancel 49. We'll get neutrality here as soon as you can.
No, 149, she said.
Okay. 115 and 114 Reno, that's clear.
Now, there may be real evacuation orders coming. They've been on the fence about ordering them. So when they said maybe there should be evacuation orders twice, miscommunications twice, there seems to have been miscommunication with dispatch, and dispatch went ahead and did evacuation orders. And this was something that the firefighters tried to say, wait, no, it's just, it's warning right now. And it took a long time for it to become a warning. Meanwhile, dispatch got flooded with calls about, wait, we've been told to evacuate. Are we supposed to? So this is why I went live, to clear up this confusion, especially when official information is wrong. Wrong briefly. So at the current time, it's evacuation warning. Twice, erroneously, they said orders, when they were just contemplating orders. So it's on the fence. Don't go to sleep quite yet. And if you need to go to sleep, you may want to go to a shelter that they have set up, and it's in, so that you can sleep without getting woken up in the middle of the night. Let's see where the shelter location is. Listening. Hang on. There it is. The evacuation shelter is Senior Services, which is on 9th Street in Reno. The address is 1155 East 9th Street, Reno. So you can go there. Nobody says you can't. It doesn't have to be a mandatory evacuation. If you feel particularly vulnerable, or if it takes you a long time to evacuate, this might be a great option. I don't have any information about whether or not they accept pets. I suppose you would have to call them about that, and call the senior center, I would imagine. And if you have a non-emergency 911, you could talk, basically non-emergency number for Washoe County would be the thing to call, not 911. It goes to the same 911 dispatchers, but that's how they do priority. People who actually have the emergencies can get to 911 sooner than you. People are still choking, and car accidents are still happening. So thanks to Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue here, we can see how crazy it was earlier today. Now, the nature of these grass and brush fires that are on hills and such here is that it burns up fast, this kind of fuel. I don't see a lot of trees. We can look at satellite, but it looks like a grass and brush oriented type fire. They are trying to save the high school. I haven't heard of any serious threats to it. There's quite a lot of this has everything going for it if these satellite views are indeed any sort of current. I mean, look at this. This is great defensible space against the hill. Just assuming that this gravel road, or whatever it is, sorry, I keep pausing to listen to dispatch, is intact, and it's not vegetation right up against the high school grounds. And this is a hillside. I don't know how steep. It looks like it's got road access, which everything going for it right now. I'm not particularly worried about this one. They've got a lot of big water supply at a golf course. They've had robust response. What I am worried about is how the hell did this start? This is the middle of the night, it's not the middle of the night, around 9:30 p.m. And there was another fire that was just down the street. This is a bit, it's driving distance from another fire. And there was reports of a smaller structure fire around the same time interval. So if you have seen anything suspicious or anything, this is a sort of thing where you photograph people watching mysterious vehicles, check your security cams if you're in this area to potentially assist law enforcement later if this turns out to be suspicious. It's a bit weird. Right now the firefighter chatter is just about them returning to base and going back and forth between different incidents. Like I believe there was a vehicle fire as well. There was something else crazy. There was a car that drove into a house and they tried to flee the scene. Damn, I've seen that before, and it lit the house on fire and nearly killed 2 people inside. That was something I saw near Portland a couple of years ago. It was street racers, what I observed. But that's one way that fires could start. In this case, I think it was just a criminal, sort of a deal. So looking back at chat, let's read it. And thank you so much for your kind donations, Hans Gruber. You're so wonderful. You're so wonderful. Elliot Young, hi there. Still, let me listen to chatter for a second. So to recap, is because people come and go. This is an evacuation warning. Okay.
Child being beaten. He could hear a belt smacking, a child crying and begging please, and a female voice hushing him up. Also a male voice. Thinks it's one of the 2 farthest west rooms from the first floor. I know 56 North as well. That's Eagle Suite.
Oh my God. Okay, so that's a horrible domestic violence call of a child being beaten. I'm muting the rest because of privacy reasons. That infuriates me. Oh. So to recap, what you need to know about it is, the fire's still going. It looks a lot less intense right now on current cameras. This is the fire right here by this pole. I hope you can see my cursor. So on this camera, this is live. This constantly rotates. And thank God they're sending police and medics to that child call. This is earlier. This is our time lapse. You can see it was pretty severe. I'll show you the color video from Truckee Fire Department in a second as well. Twice, they're on the fence about mandatory evacuations. They set up a shelter location. And unfortunately, while they were speculating about, should we make it mandatory? There's miscommunication, and twice dispatch said it's mandatory.
The command post. I'll take a cover when you're got one of those.
What?
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, I began talking over you. I want to address chat for a second. I believe that's related to that. Hey, Brokefish.
So then see if they have anything.
I think that
The cameras? Which house is that?
When we came up to the intersection of the RO's address.
Sorry. It's that's police. They're trying to coordinate, getting water delivered and that sort of thing. What's going on? Oh, more people are here. Thank you for being here. So Elliot Young says, "Tell P&G we are on our way." What's P&G? Okay, more people are in chat. Mucky M, thanks for being here. And Sarah, thanks for the information. She says there's still confusion on the radio as to whether or not evacuation status is orders or warning. So I can tell you right now, right now it is still a warning. And the firefighters are trying to tell people that twice it was a miscommunication that it had gone to the status of mandatory evacuation. Both times, separate times, like in between them, like here's how it went. It said, here's a warning. Let's set up a shelter for those who want to leave early. Let's get everybody notified. Let's get them ready. And so then it said escalate to mandatory. Then they told people that, and then they said, whoops, no, it's actually still a warning. So then they told people who called in to dispatch, actually, that was a mistake. It's just a warning. And then a new miscommunication happened, and dispatch told everybody, everybody meaning the callers and the police and stuff, oh, it's actually mandatory again. So there's been mass confusion. That's when I decided to go live. Like, yeah. So, yeah, Sarah jokes that that's Reno 911 for you. Wasn't there a comedy show about that? I can see why. Just kidding, Reno. Just kidding. So, yeah, Brokefish, we've got a fire that's raced up a hill. It looks like a grass and brush fire that's in the northern part of the Reno SPARKS neighborhoods.
District 5, Engine 4, response South Virginia Street and Mill Street.
Where's that? South Virginia Street and Mill Street.
Copy now.
That might be. Sorry, friends. That might be.
Medical Assist 1046 Dulce Drive, District 3, left degenerate Frank 02 Northeast, main assignment for engine 31, 1046 Dulce.
That might be the domestic violence call. They send ambulances or fire for any kind of physical emergency. I can't even make that out. Hey, Big Al, welcome.
Reno Charles 112, showing at 3290 Fairlands Drive.
Okay, so it rotates, but look how big. Look how big the fire was.
Checking for video.
The whole hillside went up. So right now the current.
Charles 116, I'm also around 03 to the EW call.
1060, copy.
Yeah, that's not fire related. They're staging down here and going to protect and or just convene on the backside of the high school, which I take to be the north side of the high school. Sorry, when I pause, I'm still listening to dispatch, but I muted it for a second. So the latest is it's still evacuation warning. Now, if you got to go to sleep and you don't want to stay up all night, you might just want to go head to relatives, friends, or the shelter, which is located. It's all the links in the description of this video to senior services on 9th Street, 1155 East 9th Street, Reno. Just so you're not, you can actually just sleep without interruption, because it seems what's happening is people are getting knocks on their doors like, hey, get out, and then wait, no, you don't have to. Just get ready. That would drive me insane. So let's get some more images here. This is scary type stuff. That this is from Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue. They got this. This image. Let's see. Is there a way to make that full screen? That doesn't get bigger. Sorry, friends. So that's non-copyrighted there. It's called the Sullivan Fire. I usually name fires after roads. Now let's go back. Okay, man, if only dispatch didn't mumble all the time. You're sharing now. Thanks, Broke. Yeah, I never did end up tweeting that I was live. That was supposed to be like my first order of business. Sorry, friends, I got a bit of a fever. I have a broken tooth. And I've got an emergency dental appointment in the morning. Sometimes I'm slurring and I've got like a weird swelling. I'm telling you, I'm not drunk though, I'm telling you. So Sarah says they don't have a dedicated TAC channel for these incidents, sadly. So we get traffic from PD, EMS, and the jail too. Great. So let's look at the cameras current. Whoops, not California. Yeah, they're just reporting that they're available in quarters right now. As soon as firefighter chatter gives us an update, I'm going to unmute for you. So you can see it was pretty severe. Let's play more of the time lapse. They never stopped the cameras. They're still in rotation mode, which is there to detect new fires, but it's kind of chilling to me. Either nobody's manning this and it's still in free rotation mode, or it's still looking around for new fires. I've got a weird feeling about this. So many weird little fires in this region in the last 24 to 48 hours that I believe citizens should be on alert. You know, if you see weird stuff like vehicles or party goers or whatever the heck, you know, what is it? It's now Wednesday morning, guys. So usually there's not like parties on Tuesday night, you know, but if you see weird stuff where oftentimes these things just get out of control, but it might be illegal kind of stuff, you can't go back in time and take a photo of a suspicious vehicle or the license plate or individual. So, you know, do it when you think of it. It's just a bit odd that there's been several other fires, structure fires, and then the other one down the street, the trail fire, which reached what? How many acres did that one reach? Trails 350, going up into these hills, you know. So that one's containment is at 20%, and they lifted their mandatory evacuations from that. I would have gone live for that one, but like I said, my tooth broke and it has not been feeling well. Hey, the chef, welcome. Yeah, and thanks for spread the link. The way that people find this channel mostly is concerned parties share the link. You hit the share button, copy link, and then text that to anybody you think needs this information, because we're here to give you the straight dope, you know. Not you know, it's a conspiracy-free zone. It's a rumor-free zone. If we have speculation, we're very sure to clearly say that this is speculation or concern, and then we report the facts straight from the horse's mouth, because we are listening to Dispatch Live. So, and that's how we found out that even though Watch Duty and the counties went off on their wild goose chase telling people that evacuations are mandatory, we heard on Scatter Radio the firefighters saying no, it's not quite mandatory yet. So let's get off the trail fire, which is older news, go back to the fire that's currently burning, and let's show you the live image. First, I'll play the time lapse. The hillside Nevada camera is the one that's southeast of the fire, looking northwest towards it. And thank God it's not particularly windy. You can still see the smoke column shifts around. So wind direction.
Threatening others with a stick that apparently had battered a homeless subject on the street, but RP didn't witness it and is unable to verify. It's a white male wearing no shirt, black pants in the area of the parking yard.
Okay, guys, be on the lookout for a white male with no shirt and black pants who's threatening subjects with a stick. Every once in a while, dispatch is funny. Counterbalances the really dark stuff, right? The chef says, hope your tooth gets better. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, that's an accident report. But this is important enough to go live. And thank you for the kind donations. Your dollar helps right now. In order to keep doing this, I unfortunately can't do it for free. So I've got the PayPal link up. Don't feel pressured to. We want to provide this information free of charge and ad-free, no commercials and stuff, as long as we can here. And during the big fires of the Caldor and the Dixie, that was possible. But these small fires that occur in relativity, you know, I mean, the Dixie and the Caldor are some of the largest ever on the West Coast, but, you know, it was easy to make a living from $5 donations from thousands of people affected and tuning in. But when these smaller, you know, just affecting one community fires happen, we have very small viewership. We don't get promoted on YouTube. It doesn't trend. Hit the like button if you could, please, to make it trend. And if a small amount of people are affected and donating $5 to $10, it's very hard to. What I'm trying to do is not have any other form of income, so I can always be ready ready to go live, not, on the clock somewhere else. So I'm trying to find a way to keep going. So this is why I'm saying, like, every dollar helps at the moment. So here's the time lapse, and then let's see. This is our current view. Looks a lot better now, doesn't it? The nature of these flashy fuels, we're still listening to dispatch, and I'll unmute it if something happens, this is like bushes and scrub. So they burn up real fast, and the fire will race. It's got slope. But then once firefighters kind of corral it, it will just burn out because it runs out of fuel. That's the difference between this and, say, a forest fire. So let's see if we've got heat on the cameras for satellite view. That's something I haven't checked yet. It's looking great on the cameras so far. I, at this time, would doubt.
Bridge, 2 Virginia is saying that there is a subject tried to push another subject into the river.
What? Somebody tried to push someone off a bridge?
1-6, sit now.
Let me guess, another shirtless.
1-5, I'll be over there too.
Another shirtless denizen of Reno.
Little flames that you can see all over the place. If there's fire trucks around it, we don't need to send somebody.
Little flames.
Charles 1-6-4-8-20.
Okay. The report of the guy trying to push somebody off a bridge. Just
primary.
talked over the fire report.
Copy, I'm a mess. Take it to 27-2901.
All right, where's Reno? Man, okay, here's Reno. Let's look at the satellite, see if we got a heat detection.
Just trying to push him to the other side. I'll meet you.
I was pushing to the other side of what?
Henry, Adam, Tom, Adam, William, Adam, First Megan, it could be Mary, Edward, George, Adam, Lenora. Date of birth is 06/04 of 83.
Can I get a 10-9 on that spelling of the last name? You recovered background radio traffic.
Okay.
April Hathaway, Henry, Adam, Tom, Adam, William, Adam, Yellow.
Charles 19. Break Reno units, Reno, break frequency is going to be closed for units on scene of North Virginia for the trouble unknown. We're going to finish those.
We do have a heat detection.
Reno, Charles 116, not great.
Not surprising. They're still running to catch this fire, and this is about as accurate.
Virginia Street Bridge, District 1, Battalion 2, Engine 1, Engine 4, Engine 19, Ladder 1, Boat 4, Safety Officer, Squad 1, all station page, Water Entry Team, respond to North Virginia Street Bridge.
Okay, there's a whole, there's a small town worth of units responding to the guy trying to push people off the bridge. Is the Virginia Street Bridge big? I mean, is the Virginia Street Bridge, is this like a top?
All units be advised, Reno is closed for trouble unknown on North Virginia Street. 637, not requesting assistance this time.
We do have a heat detection on Topo. Jeremy, welcome. But this is as accurate as it gets before Modus and Beers gets here. Somebody in the water?
For fire, do we know if anybody's actually in the water currently?
Nope, if they want to check, they can.
Okay, so they're preparing to do a water rescue in case somebody's pushed off a bridge. Nobody has been pushed off a bridge yet. Okay. It's over the Truckee River. It's a big one, Sarah says. Wow. The chef says it's almost 3:30 in the morning here. I'm here till I fall asleep. Okay, well, I'll try to be soothing with my voice. So this is our margin of error. Don't think that the Sun Valley neighborhood's on fire. It is not. It's on alert. It's very hard. Sorry. Make that brighter. So the heat. What's good about this? What's good about this? Sorry, I'm listening.
Master Jeffries, Medically, John Edwards.
That's some sort of a, okay, that's a license plate running that they're doing. Margin of error is within the square, and the nice thing about this is this is yellow. So if there's an actual key, it means this is an hour to 6 hours old. So this is from the, whoosh, where the fire was racing up the hill earlier, like say 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. It's now 1:25 in the morning. Cancel water rescue. PD advises nobody is in the river. The drama. So, yeah, if it's red, see, every time the satellites pass again, it's the GOES satellite, GOES. If there was new heat, more than the detection before, then the satellite would go red, and that would mean that there's heat here in this neighborhood, like a flare-up, or like new fuels found, or like the fire got worse. It would be red, and it would say heat detection within the last 15 minutes. So what we want to do is keep seeing it yellow, and then 6 hours after the first detection, which was what, 8:20 UTC?
His birthday is 12.
Okay, that's sorry. That I thought that was firefighters. Sounded like he was through a mask, but that's just more. That's just more police chatter. So what time was it? 8:20 UTC in Pacific. 1:20 a.m. Wait a second. That's right. That's 5 minutes ago. That 8:20 a.m. UTC. So why isn't this red? Because red is the color of detections from the last 15 minutes. Okay, I'm a little bit confused by this. Let's refresh. We have a problem. Satellite. So this is the timestamp, and it's an universal Greenwich Mean Time or whatever. So, okay. Less than 10 minutes is a red heat detection. So that's odd. This is 7 minutes ago. That is timestamped for that heat detection. All right, maybe it's a bug. Now it's saying, and I zoom out a little bit, it says 8:24 UTC. So weird. The fire was a heck of a lot more fierce earlier. I'll show you guys. I'll replay this video. That's pretty messed up. This is courtesy of the Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue, and let's see if they've got new things to say about it. Oh yeah, we've got an hour ago. Here's some video of them responding to the fire. Let's watch. Let's turn up that volume. Not a lot of. Yeah, here they are.
Reno, 145 assistant.
I'm gonna mute that. They got their dozers. This grass is really short. That's great. It's like dandelions and sticker bushes. At least the area here where they're at.
SPARKS 121.
It's
21.
Can you look up 565 Tioga Pass Court and see if there's any history there?
okay. They just they've got some domestic violence issues, and some shirtless and toothless types are out there threatening people with sticks and trying to push people off bridges. So, what is that new drug that everybody keeps making fun of? It's a lot like bath salts. I'm just going to blame that drug right here and now. And wait, this is a 12-hour time lapse. I accidentally pressed, but it was a normal day in Reno/Sparks, Nevada. And then it got real. This is the other fire, isn't it? Is this the trail fire? Okay, I'm listening to dispatch. Hang on. Yeah, this is yesterday's fire. This is a whole 12-hour time lapse. The one that we're following, the Sullivan, broke out. Here it is, around 9:30 p.m. That was hilarious. You didn't hear that, but somebody says, if you want to boogie out to a convenience store, get a snack, now would be the best time to do it. Are they talking about firefighters or police? What? Maybe somebody coming on shift? Okay, this is our current view. And I don't know if that was vehicle headlights or not. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse so we can get the most frames in here. Sorry, I have to go back to chat. I never did tweet that I was live. Jeez.
Do you guys have any needs, or will you be okay with that assignment?
Left flank of the high school.
We can do that. We're hiking up to the spot fire, but we'll probably run down and get 21 the engine and move it to staging and go to the convenience store, but we can handle.
Oh.
Copy that. Break brush 51, Alpha on tap. Go ahead.
Vehicle headlights.
How you guys doing with that spot fire, John? We're doing okay. We caught it. It's not going anywhere. 10-4. You're going to be, we're just going to work on the clock around. You're going to be working that area where you were earlier, basically from the knoll back down to where 21 is.
The grassy knoll?
Knoll back down to where 21 is.
Is there a lone gunman?
Yeah, it's affirmative.
Okay. All right, let me finally tweet that I'm live.
Trucking Meadows 37 Alpha on Sparks TAC 1-800.
This is our 15-minute time lapse. It's looking way better, but they have a spot fire they're chasing around by the high school and a convenience store. An unspecified convenience store. We don't know the origin of this,
116 Reno.
but I'm thinking it's suspicious. Because of when I just did the 12-hour time lapse.
Loveless is going to be F rank on NCSC out of Nevada for FTA.
Okay, I'm going to mute that. That's running somebody's criminal background check. What was the cause of the trail fire? Did they release any info? Because I broke my tooth, and so I slept through yesterday. A little bit trying to handle the pain up all night the day before. I've got an emergency. I've got an emergency dental appointment in the morning, but I have half a tooth missing right here. If it sounds like I'm drunk or slurring, it's just swollen up. So let's do. Sorry.
River rescue protocol for that.
Okay. It's still saying advise.
115, just for 43. All three of the Charlie units have been over here for about 15 minutes now. I haven't seen anybody wearing a red shirt.
It's a guy trying to push people off of a bridge. Oh, it's an exciting night in Reno. What's that new drug that's like bath salts? That's all I'm going to do is blame that for the weird
Charles 116 Reno.
reports of shirtless and shoeless people.
Well, that was actually not going to be for the same subject, just related to that. So your subject is actually going to be clear, no match.
Okay, he's been 5 anyway, thank you.
Charles 116.
Okay. All right.
Fox 1043, paramedics responding to the Windsor Inn on a medical 1043 only, first clear.
Hang on, friends. Well, I'll recap in a sec. This camera's gone into rotation mode. It's looking out for new fires. And I just got a tweet that I'm live. Sake, I forget this all the time. What is broke fishing? Do you know what or Sarah, do you know what the hashtag is for the Sullivan fire? Like, does it have its own hashtag? Or Twitter? It's Reno, Sparks, Nevada. Sullivan, Wildfire, Evacuation. I just realized my own title says evacuation orders because they were at orders at the time that I made the title. So right now, evacuations are not orders. I have to keep saying this, but I can't change my title or the YouTube will have a fit. and it's not like clickbait, but what happened is dispatch twice misinterpreted what firefighters were saying on the radio. They were saying maybe we should have some orders, and dispatch accidentally hit buttons and said it went like this: evacuation warning, evacuation orders.
Can I get the spelling of the last name one more time to make sure it's correct on our end?
Okay, I'm muting that. It went like this. They go, it's evacuation warning, and then they go, what? It's upgraded to orders. And so firefighters, it took half an hour for them to tell dispatch, can you please not? It's actually it's just warnings the whole time. So then they reduced it. So Sarah, Luna, and Sarah told me about this fire. Thank you, Sarah. Hang on.
Before you leave.
Oh, that's police chatter. They go, okay, it's just a warning. Oh, it's orders. Oh, wait. It was actually just a warning. And then they went back and made orders again. So Watch Duty changed it back and forth. And as soon as it was orders the second time, I thought it was for real. So I created my stream title, went live. Just as I hit live, it says, actually, no, they were just warnings. So there's never been an order. And yet, tons of confused people were told, presumably like knocks on the door, to get out. Then they called dispatch for the real dope, and dispatch said, whoopsie. That's why I went live. We're here to we are here to clean up that kind of confusion when official sources are just when they don't have their beep together. So let me look back at chat real quick. Still, sorry, I'm juggling. Listening to Scanner Radio, trying to tweet that I'm live, trying to find the hashtag. It does have a hashtag, thank you. And then trying to juggle chat. So I'm just gonna hash Sullivan Fire and then post. All right, I tweeted that. I'm so proud of myself. All right, and thank you anybody who has been helped by this information. Please consider donating. Even $1 right now helps. And you can do that with Super Chat sticker button and PayPal. PayPal is better, and the PayPal link is in the description of the video, because what I did was basically last year decided to stop all my other means of employment, and for example, there's a fire alarm on windswept loop. That sounds like a potential structure issue. So I could be completely available 100% of the time, anytime the fires break out, especially for the summer season and the winter, actually, which is California's worst fire season. So this is our current live view. Looks like a lot of lights. I think this camera's rotating. Let's check camera number 2. The fire is right here on this section, this pole. Let me show you where the camera's looking. So there's a pole in the way, but you can see this, the camera is squarely, this camera number 2 is squarely looking at the hillside, which is on fire. We've got everything going for this situation. I don't think they're going to do a mandatory evacuation, but for the love of cars, don't take my word for it. I'm not there. I'm in my living room in Oregon with a fever. So if you want to go to sleep, I would suggest going, and you're in evacuation warning zone, I would suggest doing so at friends, families, neighbors, or at the shelter on 9th Street, the senior center. If not, you really need to be prepared to evacuate all night until they drop the warning, which we have not heard any. Multiple fire alarms are going off somewhere. That sort of sounds like a prank, but we'll see. Some of this is very hard to hear. So let's yeah, evacuation orders lifted. They actually were never in place, but that's the report from the Watch Duty folks, who are so awesome. So let me go back to chat now that I have done my tweet. Harley, oh, hey Harley, how you doing? Says, yeah, it gets hot, that is for sure. Winter isn't too much better. for the homeless there. There's a building fire in the middle of town, 4th Street area, where some homeless were trying to stay warm. That's right. Nevada is a big desert. So night times, even in the middle of summer, are freezing cold. So, Sarah says, Kathryn, you have permission to broadcast any of my X feed or live streams. Oh, okay, awesome. Do you have any there, Sarah, where I should be checking on that right now? So, if not, we'll just be watching the cams. Here's Truckee Meadows. Let's look at Sullivan fire and see if we've got other people's posting images that we have permission to replay. What?
PD is on scene there. Now they're saying they're not positive if there was somebody not in the river, but they want you to stand by. And I got it through Battalion 2 to go ahead and send you.
What?
So we're just standing by, just in case.
You're not positive to somebody's not in the river being pushed off a tall bridge.
10-4.
Okay. That is a fire alarm. Okay.
And Reno copies.
I'm going to retweet this. At K Wildfires is my Twitter. So.
Baker Hills Trailhead on 289018 Nevada on a Lake Dodge.
I'm going to retweet that. Wow.
10-4. Baker Hills.
Wow. Oops. Sorry, that's private. Nobody saw that.
The suspect that was wearing the red shirt was with 2 other males and 1 female. They had a westbound from the bridge.
Right, somebody else is live covering the fire. So I'm going to put this link. Let's copy the link. It's not in the description of my video, but if somebody else, this looks like a news organization, is live on Facebook. There, looks like somebody on the scene is covering it, which is great. So it's on the hill north of this high school, Hug High School. Evacuation areas here. That's great. Hey, I know this.
112Q log PBT at 188.
I know this lady. Remember,
142.
it's just a warning. It's time, even if it's red.
126.
Let's see. Yeah, this is the one from Truckee Fire Department. So it looked pretty bad around 9:30 p.m. And on the cams, it's looking a lot better, at least what we can see.
311 initially called this out. He was still on the outside agencies this call. Did you guys maybe put on a separate call?
Yeah, if you could start us on a separate call.
Yep. Actually, it's not lifted broken. There were never any evacuation orders. Those were 2 errors that the officials told the public about, and their own police department, apparently. So.
Sam 183, Sam 163, Reno 1063.
Yeah, I'll want that link. Oh, excuse me.
Sam 163, 3125 South Virginia, number 77, Burglar, Virginia Apartments. 1037 subject that is knocking on the RP's door, not identifying themselves. RP does already.
Okay, there's more shirtless activity by the. I'm just gonna blame that new drug that's like bath salts. What is it called? It starts with an F. I need to figure this out. New drug like bath salts. I'm just gonna blame the weird stuff happening in Reno on this thing. Flocka. That's what it is, Flocka. I'm just gonna blame Flocka. Hey Husky, how you doing? Thanks for coming. All right, I'm going to recap the whole thing because people come in and out looking for the information. It's question and answer time open on the chat. You guys can introduce yourself, say hi, pat me on the head, say anything you want other than, well, panic driven and random stuff, you know. You can say, hey, I live in the area, I have information. Now, fentanyl doesn't make people go shirtless and shoeless and threaten people with sticks. It makes people kind of pass out in the corner, right? Flocka is kind of like rabies in a pill or an injection. That's what I've heard about it, and it causes massive hallucinations, and then people attack normal folk thinking they're demons and stuff, you know. So it's a fun time. So just to recap, fire starts around 9:30 p.m. That's when Watch Duty gets members, and we love Watch Duty, starts reporting. And there's a link to Watch Duty app in the description of this video. Link to the shelter information, link to the 2 cams, link to my PayPal if anybody wants to please donate. That would be great. Do remember to subscribe, because the more subscribes and likes the videos get, the more that the algorithm, which is just a mathematical formula, will put this channel in front of other viewers who are actually trying to find this information. Unfortunately, YouTube is set up as a system where it thinks that everybody is doing entertainment. So it's a mindless mathematical formula. So in order for a video to be up on somebody's search list, like even if you said Sullivan Fire, Reno, Nevada, live, probably would not find this channel right now unless a whole bunch of people hit the like button. Because it's not set up for what people need. It's what's set up. YouTube is set up to put entertaining content in front of folks. And if people are laughing their butts off at something entertaining and hitting the like button, then it tries to put that video in front of others. So that's the way it is. This is why everybody says hit like and subscribe. But if you do subscribe, this channel is 99% about going live during a crisis, walking people through the crazy amount of places where evacuation info is stored and fire info is stored. I usually have about 68 tabs open per fire, because the public is supposed to untangle and get their information from a mix of their county's emergency website, their local news, and then the tweeting of their local sheriff's office, and then the Facebook posts of either the Forest Service or CAL FIRE or whatever. And there's no one-stop shopping for all this information. So if you get a beep on your phone, it is very valuable for you to, and you are local on the scene, to come here and tell us about it, because this is crowdsourced information as well. If somebody says, hey, I just got an evacuation notice on my phone or whatnot, please come here and tell us that. That's really awesome. You can really help. So thank you much for being here. And Flocka, that's what it's called. That's a very funny name for a drug. So here's the recap. This might be suspicious. It's suspicious to me personally. It's my own personal suspicion. Okay, I will always tell you when something is speculation versus what's fact. So the only reason I would say that it's suspicious is take a look at, we have a 12-hour time lapse from one of the cams, and one cam sees 2 different fires. This one here, this one is oh goodness, that's an individual's photo. But you can see that it is on this hillside here. So when I did a time lapse camera, let me show you the true location of it. A time lapse from this camera here, this NOAA Reno one, and the hillside one. There was a fire from yesterday that burned, and then one today on the same 12 hours. So we have had 2 big fires. One was 350 acres, a trail fire. And within driving distance, you got the Sullivan Fire. We have reports of smaller structure fires and a vehicle fire tonight, as in before midnight. So if weird stuff happens, what people should be on the lookout for: suspicious behaviors, suspicious vehicles. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a fire bug or an arson running around, but it could be that people are looking for a place to party, or it's a particularly cold night and there might be a temporary homeless encampment, or one that's not in the usual kind of place where they're just trying to keep warm and things get out of hand. But either way, this will help law enforcement if you take pictures of anything suspicious, or go through your Ring doorbell cams or whatever you have if you're in the area, and be sure to save anything that looks weird to potentially help law enforcement. Hang on. listening to the scanner chatter, see if there's anything new to report. So we have no idea. Is it Crimson asks, is it going towards Pyramid Lake? Does not seem to be. Let's look at the wind direction. Hang on, we got tone out. Let's look at wind direction. Wind. It's a lazy wind right now, thank God, from the west.
On westbound I-80 at Pyramid, District 1 map page, Edward Train 08 Northeast, main assignment, engine 31 and engine 11 for an accident at westbound I-80 at Pyramid.
Okay, which fire actually are you asking about?
Who are you on red?
We're talking about Sullivan, so that's why I just...
dispatch.
Gray, the gray block here was that 358 for fire, the trail fire.
680-665875. That's coming back to last of Esparza, first of Anthony, but I did find.
Sorry, that's somebody. They're checking somebody's thing. All right, to recap, somewhat suspicious. That's not what the officials are saying. It's what I'm kind of, just thinking about. It's most fires are just accidents, but this is a bit odd that the time lapse of one camera catches two major fires today on the same view. So, right? So since people can't go back in time and think, oh man, I should have gone and taken the license plate of a suspicious vehicle or something, or, I'm just telling people to do that now. And in the foreseeable future, if you do see something out of place, or just something that strikes you as odd or weird. So we've got two different cameras. This hillside here is what's on fire, just north of this high school. I don't believe that the evacuations will go mandatory, just looking at, unless something really changes about the weather. Current wind conditions seem to be vaguely out of the northwest blowing towards the southeast. But if you see where the fire heat detection is, this is the margin of error. It just means there's a fire somewhere in this square. You've got lots of road access. Some of the grass was actually only ankle to knee high, and it's surrounded by perfectly defensible highways, big roads. They had a spot fire because of the wind. They chased after it, but they're mostly staging behind the high school, which means the north end, I imagine. And because the fuels aren't that great, they could just circle it and it'll probably just burn itself out. That's our best case scenario, and that's what I imagine will happen. However, you got to be ready to evacuate all night. So, yay, fun times. Harley Davidson says it's not PG&E suspicious level, is it? No, it's a different power company in Reno. But my God, power companies, not just PG&E start these fires. Cough, Maui Electric, cough. Oh, all these statistics really piss me off. Excuse my language, but it's after midnight. The statistics anger me, I'll say, when you have everybody from CAL FIRE to other government agencies. Are we buffering? Hang on.
Hugfire or dispatch?
Listening, Hugfire.
Affirmative, standby, just one.
Hugfire dispatch. We're not buffering, are we?
It's Nevada personalized, Mary, Adam, Tom, Edward, Robert, 7.
A question to dispatch.
And State Police is 23, and it is going to be a union for them.
Dispatch just got a question. Can you tell me when such and such truck?
Probably right around the same time.
Yeah, brush 21.
Affirmative, 2203.
When were they assigned?
Same time you assigned Battalion 1 to this call as well.
Hang on, Prince.
like you would back up en route at 2210.
Outstanding, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
No buffering. Good. All right. YouTube says error.
Thank you. Under 91 or so, yes. Thank you.
All right, my fever is kind of hitting me. I was doing a it's from my broken tooth right here.
123.
I was doing a roundup.
123.
People come in and stay usually for an average of 12 minutes to get their fire info and then go. So I try to do every 20 minutes or so some sort of a recap. So Watch Duty is saying that all evacuation orders were lifted. That's not really true. There never were evacuation orders. At the time, I went live and made my own title, or at least from an incident. Okay, at the time I made mine, they had said there's evacuation warnings, and now they're mandatory. And then they said, wait, it's reduced to, it never should have been mandatory. It's just a warning. And then I went, oh. And then the official sources said, no, it's actually evacuation mandatory. So I went, oh my God. And I went live, typed in my title. Somebody's talking about, okay, that's more. Show truck 31 available.
Sparks 41, close call available.
I need another one. Okay. All right. So that's when I'm going live thinking new evacuations are in place, the fire is intensifying or something. And that's when I'm listening to scanner radio and they said, no, dispatch. Never did we say mandatory evacuation. This is just miscommunication. So on Watch Duty itself, which is a great fax-only reporting system, app, and website, link in the description, it's the best way to know about what's happening usually with wildfires. They kept updating and saying evacuation mandatory lifted. There never was a mandatory evacuation. So this is straight from the horse's mouth. You heard it here. It's in scanner radio. They just go, oh man, no, this was incorrect. However, tons of people called dispatch and said, wait, what the hell's going on? So I decided to go live anyway to tell people what the hell is actually going on. So if anybody can spare a dime right now, even $1 of a donation helps, with PayPal link in the description or through Super Chat. And thank you so much for those who have already donated. It really helps. So, yeah, good night, Husky. Yep, good, just staying up late. Oh, are you going to bed? Somebody says they're going to bed. No buffering. All right. Yeah, good night, Husky. Thank you for being here, and hold on to your butts. You know, it's going to be a wacky summer. We're supposed to be in El Nino neutrality right now. Not La Nina, not El Nino, but that could change. That really could change. All right, they're doing more license plate checks. I'm not going to turn on scanner radio. This is our current live view. Look, it's so much better than earlier. It looked like a big red flame in Hillside. I'll show you guys what it looked like earlier. Where's the Watch Duty? Here it is. Wrong fire. Okay, Sullivan fire. So let's replay Truckee. Truckee Fire Department. That's pretty nuts, huh? Hey, Mira, welcome. Oh, hi from Spain. Hi. Awesome. I can't read the rest. Sunny Spain. How is it in Madrid or Cartagena or Barcelona or where it is you're at? Pretty awesome. How did you find us? It's pretty funny that outside the West Coast, mostly we have international viewers. San Francisco area, Bay Area is where most of the viewers tune in from. And then the counties of the hills and mountains of California is number 2, where the viewers come from. And then There's a lot of international ones that mostly found the channel during the Crazy Dixie and Caldor stuff. So it's this law enforcement chatter right now. The recap is that here, just north of the Reno Sparks area, up on the hill, this is not in the neighborhoods, up on the hill, this fire broke out around 9:30 p.m. It is now 2 a.m. local time, Pacific time. And it went blazing like crazy, as you can see with this one. Sorry, it went full screen. That's not what it's supposed to do. Truckee Meadows Fire Department. And that's a state away. Truckee is California, so they did mutual aid, it looks like. Californians came in to help. And, but thankfully, it's a grassy hill.
Engine 5, 10-4.
That dispatcher. Engine 5, 10-4. So Engine 5 is just released from, they're calling it the hug fire, but that must be the word for the spot fire that came off this official name, which is the Sullivan fire. So we don't have any information about where exactly the spot fire was, but they said there was a convenience store, an unspecified convenience store where it landed. So we could look on the map and speculate, but you know, grass fires are called flashy fuels because they go up big, like whoosh, and they look tremendously scary and intense, but they flash means like flash in the pan, which means they burn their fuel real fast and then they peter out. So they move quickly. That's the challenging thing about it, is the firefighters race to get in front of it and have to set up their hose lines or dozer lines. There's literally a bulldozer that just plows dirt into a strip, you know, like a line, to try to stop the fast-moving grass fire. So they've got to anticipate how far ahead of it they need to do to get, and then put their line in, and then wait for the fire to come up to it, and then they keep it within that line. And as long as they can get ahead of it, and they'll declare forward progress stopped. That's the thing we want to hear. Forward progress stopped. Then you could start reading signs of relief for the near future, unless there's a crazy change in the wind pattern or something new and weird happens. Forward progress stopped is usually the sigh of relief everybody can breathe, because they'll first stop the fire, like boom, in front of it, and then they'll make a C like around it, and they'll go around the sides, and then they'll come up around the rear, contain it within a circle, and let it burn itself out inside that circle. That's typically what happens. Nighttime's more challenging in a way, like definitely for a forest fire because you can't see much. But for a grass fire, nighttime is perfect. Medical emergency call. Because you could see it so clearly and where it's going. And then this is a hilly area, so we've got multiple cams looking at it, and they can just kind of see where it is, just looking. And our two cams, let's look at both of them right now. Right here is where the fire is, on that hill. Right here in the center by this pole. This is the one looking east, west of the fire looking east on a hill, but the stupid pole is kind of right in the way. But you see this little glow? Oh yeah, more units released.
Copy complete.
Released from the Sullivan incident. You see this glow? The fire's behind that hill. This is probably a vehicle light right there. But the fire was on this hill right here earlier. This is infrared, so everything that's white is either light or heat. The darkest black stuff is cold stuff. So you have an unburned, cold hillside in the foreground. It keeps rotating.
Thank you.
But let me show you the 6-hour time lapse from this particular camera. It rotates, just morning car sickness warning. Fire breaks out around 9:30 p.m. See how bad it was earlier? And it pauses to look at it from time to time, but it's still in rotate mode, which really sucks for us and getting car sick. Sarah Lewis says fires behind Hug High School. Why they're calling it the Hug Fire? Yeah, and that could be a name for a separate part of the main fire, like the spot fire. Like, especially if there's more than one spot, they'll have to give it a name. And they'll name it after the road that gives best access whenever there's a, quote, new fire.
Call was entered at 0110. 0110 exactly, no seconds.
What a spot fire is burning embers from the main fire just get carried by the wind. It's called spotting over. So they make a little round new thing on the map. It's like a spot on the map and like a round, sort of looks like a spot, round shape. So that's what I'd imagine, Sarah. So I don't think that when they're saying, hey, we're released from the Hug incident, I don't think they're talking about being released from the Sullivan one completely. They may have just been extra units from a different neighborhood that were called in to help with the spot, and then they go back home to where they're stationed. So let's go back. You can see, here's the camera's viewpoint. And the fire is on this hill here, and it was looking this direction whenever it had view of the fire. So it rotates around a little bit, and that's why you can see. Can we zoom? Not after a time lapse. So you could see that it was pretty fierce. And these are vehicle headlights right here. And the problem with these moving cameras is sometimes it will blur, because sometimes if the image will be taken just as it begins its rotation. Oh, we've got a new donation.
We'll let you know when it's back available.
There's another. Rush 21 was released from the Hug incident too. Let me check the PayPal for donations. I think I just got one. Yay! Yay! In the past, I apologize so much. I have found out that I was completely ignorant of PayPal donations as they came in live from my other broadcasts because I had a problem with my phone notifying me of things. I had it set up to notify me when donations came in, and then it stopped one day, and that was because of a phone update, and it didn't get reset. So here I was going, oh no donations today for a couple of my past live streams. And then I look later and I go, what? There were a bunch. And I failed to acknowledge people as they did it. And I feel like crap.
3 of them.
So.
It's negative down here. They didn't even see him drive by.
Cops are still looking for a guy in a red shirt who tried to push people off the bridge. And there may or may not have been somebody pushed off a bridge over the Truckee River. So they assembled like a team of 9 units and ladder trucks and water rescue units. As somebody said, somebody may have been pushed off a bridge by a shirtless individual or red shirt individual. Excuse me. Oh crap! I didn't have it muted. I was thought I had dispatch muted. I'm sorry, friends. I was talking over it like it was. Okay, sorry. This is you can see that my fever is in effect here. I don't think I have a donation. I don't. Do I? PayPal app, will you please behave? May 9th? Okay. Sad. I don't think I did. But somebody said they did. Is the app messed up or am I messed up right now? I'm sorry, friends. I'm battling a broken tooth. Otherwise, I would have been live during the trail fire when it broke out and when this one did. And I have an emergency dental appointment in the morning. I sound a little bit drunk and slurry, and it's just a fever, and my tooth jaw is swollen right now. So, yeah, God bless everybody. You're in Arizona? Cool. They look back at chat. Let's see. What was washoecounty.gov? Let me see Sarah's link. Alerts and warnings. Yeah, I should have added that to the description of the channel. This is great, Sarah. Sign up for alerts and warnings. Here it is for Washoe County. Now, I would like there to be one-stop shopping for everybody to sign up for emergency alerts, like just one national place where you sign up and that's all you do. But you know what? No, I don't want that. I want people to not have to sign up for anything. I want there to be one national app that the government runs, and it should just come on everybody's phone. Why does Facebook come on everybody's phone, but not like some emergency crisis app? Well, until that day comes, here we are, where people who benefit the most usually know how to use cell phones the least. You know, like the elderly and disabled. But here we are. So thank you for sharing that, Sarah Luna. And here is, once again, the fresh link to where you can sign up to get, you know, emergency warnings, because apparently you have to sign up. It's a code red system. But there's two competing systems, and some counties do code red and some do another. So here we are. It'll vary from county to county. And if you live on the border of a county, God help you is all I gotta say. 'Cause I don't know if you could sign up for both. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Okay, current emergency alerts and warnings. Sign up for them.
Spots throughout the district.
Oh God, Reno dispatch. What the heck is going on?
Copy. Thanks for handling that. We'll get this thing back in service, and we'll handle 45 after that. Switching back to team dispatch.
All right. So, yeah, you can rebroadcast broke. That's totally fine. So what just happened? It was a cutoff transmission. Is dispatch says I show you out of service to some unit. They said no, we've been chasing around spot fires all night. So dispatch doesn't even know who is on the who is on the entire fire.
Who's the on-call judge?
Oh my God. Now this is a somewhat harmless grass fire, but can you imagine if this was a raging bushfire or a forest fire? And dispatch says loses track of the units responding, and if they go missing, nobody knows because it shows them back safe at base. This kind of miscommunication is deadly. I'm dismayed at all times. This is what we have for government. This is what we have. You would these days you can track your own luggage with AirTags and your own bicycle gets stolen. But there's no automatic tracking of where fire trucks are. Yeah, you'd think it should be satellite. Wine Country Stacking. Hey, how you been? Oops, I may have sent PayPal to your old account. Oh, did you do something with PayPal? I'm going to say PayPal app is screwing up, or my phone is. The phone just had a major update. It's a bit troubled, the Samsung. I've got an S22 Plus, and I'm just... Android has been making... has been really messed up. And, of course, Samsung has to have their own version of Android. Oh, here it is. It just needed to be refreshed. Yes. Yes, thank you so much. We have donations from 2 people. Thank you. $20 total. You guys rock. You guys rock. And then we had a $10 super chat. This is just amazing. I'm really grateful, friends. Hang on.
I will call to confirm.
Okay, so we do have multiple spot fires.
81, go ahead.
Have unknown status.
Last of Reed, Robert Edward David, first of Taylor.
All right, that's law enforcement. Okay, I'm muting it again. Let's recap and summarize. Here's the craziness the fire was earlier. Starts around 9:30 p.m. I'm going to say it's weird and suspicious because there's been so many other fires in the general region. a barn, a vehicle, a different house or structure of some sort that I heard of from one of my mods, but did not hear on the radio personally. And we have, of course, within last 12 hours, or last 24 hours, the trail fire. So this is within driving / bicycle distance / perhaps even walking distance of somebody who might be, an arsonist, firebug, or whatnot. Or it just could be, it's a cold night and multiple homeless people are trying to stay warm and the wind carried away their cooking or, whatnot fires, staying warm fires. Or it could be school's out and people are partying. I mean, it's Tuesday night, but school's out, right? Or it could be harmless, complete accidents. They'll never speculate while the fire is going, what the cause is, unless the authorities have, reports, credible reports of arson. They'll never be saying that unless somebody has reported it. That has not happened. That is just me going, that's a lot of weird fires in the same area right now. That's weird. Thank you so much. You guys get hearts. I forgot to put hearts in the chat. You guys get quadruple hearts. Thank you for the donations. Keep us going. So to recap, starts at 9:30. It's looking much better now. There were never evacuation orders. I can't change the stream title right now because if I do, YouTube punishes. And then people looking for this information won't find the live stream. If you go live, you better not change your stream title because all of a sudden you're ranked low in the search things. It's just the way YouTube works. They don't want people to change it a lot. I don't know if that's anti-exploitation or something or stupidity on the part of the people making YouTube. I don't know. But you can't really change your live stream title. Not on the fly like you can with Twitch. Like on Twitch streaming platform, if you start playing a new game, you're supposed to change the title. Like I'm playing Street Fighter. No, I'm playing Red Dead Redemption. To keep people updated, not so on YouTube. Don't ask me why. So it's not clickbait or anything like that. We never do that. There was a huge misunderstanding twice where firefighters were saying maybe we should have mandatory evacuations. Dispatch seems to have made a mistake and forwarded it and said there is mandatory evacuations. That seemed to have trickled its way down to perhaps the police, who sounds like they went door to door. If anybody's in the region right now could tell me how this exactly happened, the misunderstanding, please do. What?
The owner of the house. We're still trying to get further. It's already East McLean.
It's a home invasion in progress. Sounds like. There's always something weird during my recaps. Somebody's trying to break down somebody's door to their bedroom. I mean, okay, that could be regular domestic violence, but sound like home invasion for a second. Whoa. It's an exciting time in Reno, and then some of the firefighters are responding to the possibility of somebody being thrown off the bridge that crosses the Truckee River. That's old. Like, if somebody fell off, they're dead by now. Or downstream clinging to something. But it doesn't seem like somebody actually is in the water, but God help them if they are. I'm just going to blame the new drug Flocka. So, okay, recapping. Fire starts at 9:30, and several times throughout the night, they say first there's an evacuation warning. Then they say evacuation, the officials said this. Then there's evacuation order, and both times this happened. Firefighters said, no. It was just a warning, miscommunication. So it'll say on watch duty as they try to get out the information to the public fast as they could that there were orders and they were lifted, and the orders they were lifted, they were not ever in place. Okay, sorry, I was talking over dispatch. Thought I muted it. You're going to mute it for real now. There were never any evacuation orders, but at the time I put the stream title on there, it said on watch duty that there were. I go live, I turn on scanner radio, I find out the truth.
Do a on-water search.
Oh, it's the water search for the person who may or may not have fallen off of a bridge. Bit pushed off a bridge, actually. He was pushed. So there's been a lot of domestic violence and stranger on stranger violence tonight. By shirtless and shoeless people. Welcome to Reno. So let's look at the current status. You can see how way earlier situation was messed up. The fire's probably behind this hill. You can see a bit of a glow. I'm going to interpret this as this faint line here as hot smoke. So in between these two black hills, hopefully you could see this. This would be hot smoke to me. It could possibly be burned vegetation. On the other, okay,
red frequency assignment, medical emergency. Respond 2500 East 2nd Street, Grand Sierra Resort.
Sorry. I had that on mute. It unmuted itself. Computer's gone nuts. Oh, wild. It could be hot smoke from the fire in between two cool hillsides, or it could be that was a little bit of the right here. That was this right here. This little white line. Could be hot smoke from in between the hills. Prayer sent for somebody having a medical emergency right now. So right here, it could be the far hillside where the fire already passed and burned itself out on the knee-high grass. So you get white is heat on infrared, or the actually burning fire portion could be in between these hills, and that's the hot smoke rising from where we can't see. Right, and these right here. So it would be beyond this ridge. This looks like a ridge in the camera map right there. So let's go back and check out. My view right now is the fire is pretty much winding down. Based on the traffic we're hearing, there were minor spot fires that the firefighters went around chasing. I have not heard of any new, the E word. They haven't said the E word, the evacuation word, for more than an hour. So they're not, at least to dispatch, they're not speculating about new evacuations, which is all good, positive signs. But because there is a warning still in place, do not be lulled into a sense of complacency. If the weather changes, if wind picks up, if something weird happens, you may be asked to leave in the middle of the night. Do not unpack the car if you have become ready to leave. This is one of those things where, I'm not sure if I would even sleep in pajamas. I might sleep in my clothes. Be ready to go at a moment's notice means that. It means you put on your shoes and grab your keys. But you can rest easy the moment that they say evacuation warnings lifted. So let's see if they did that. It doesn't appear they have. Let's listen back to dispatch.
We're at 5560 side hill. Just seeing if the female half may know a better way to get inside, because there's a couple aggressive looking dogs by the front. There's no way to get into the house to talk to the male half. This citizen sale was, I think, going to turn into a domestic.
Oh, it's not home invasion.
Yeah, and you are aware of the area in which you're at, right?
What?
I know he has history. I wasn't able to run him, but he does have weapons in the house.
Yes, absolutely does. So I'll get with Hibbert real quick, and then I'm going to have 25 with you or get another unit to you.
41's in a route right now.
Oh, Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Okay, so I guess it's a domestic call rather than home invasion.
283 Dizzy, Peppermill Place, 107 South Virginia. In custody for a subject that has more than one person's ID and social with them as well. 2707 South Virginia.
There's very dramatic things happening in Reno. So, let's see what finally, where is my own link to the evacuation info? Let's see if straight from the horse's mouth, if they have dropped, if they have dropped evacuation warnings, and if they have, maybe I can go and rest. I hope. All right, perimeter map. I'm watching this off screen. Here's their map. Sorry, it's more police stuff. So here is their evacuation. Is there nothing even warned? Are there no warnings either anymore? Why do they have a map without any closed road? Right, the police are still running. They have a road closure. Fire near high school, yes. Huh. Are the warnings lifted too? That sounded like I couldn't make that one out. Could have been firefighter channel. That chatter. Well, yeah, Sarah, others, are you saying the same thing? Wine Country says, thank you for sharing your tales, been very helpful in the past. I was in the Wine Northeast County fire. Oh, goodness. You are very welcome, of course. And it's not just me, it's my mods, it's everybody who's donated. We are a team. I'm so grateful that so many people want to help. The viewers too. Everybody who's ever hit the like button has helped. All right, police are still doing some more, it's dominating the scanner radio. It's just running people's plates, doing background checks, and it's not a home invasion robbery, it sounds like, but somebody who might be dangerous is trying to get into the bedroom of somebody who called 911. And the police are like, this person has dangerous dogs and weapons. Great. So, watch duty's last update is evacuation orders were lifted. Yes, they never were in place, but what about warnings? This Washoe County has, let's see if Washoe County has their own website, not just a, straight from the horse's mouth kind of thing. Washoe County emergency, Nevada. Okay, emergency management, Washoe County. You know what? If I was in charge of everything, you know what I would do? I would have one website. It would be called something like emergency.gov or something, right? Who knows if that already exists? Then it would be like emergency.gov and it would be /state, right? So 50 states. Then it would be /county, and every single county would be ordered to staff this 24/7 for updates to their website 24/7. And that it would be the place where everybody goes for information. It would be emergency.gov /your state /your county. Enter. Wouldn't that be simple? And then everybody could just find out what to do and where to go and what the actual orders and or warnings are. But that would be too simple, Right now, you got to chase down updates on Facebook, the social media. You got to go on Twitter. You got to do this. You got to go to the sheriff's office, which usually is in charge of evacuations, or whatever they're doing. See, right now, it just tells you about random stuff like being green, and for some reason, there's hot air balloons. Why doesn't it tell you right now at washoecounty.gov/EM for emergency? Why doesn't it tell you what the hell's going on right now? I mean, there's a giant hillside on fire, and people nervously biting their fingernails off and looking at it. But their official website has absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's taken me way too long already to try to look for it. If you can't find it in 10 seconds, your website is not good enough. We could search for Washoe County. Washoe County, what was it? Sheriff's Office, right? I bet they have a Twitter. Is that them? Who cares about demonstrations? Where's the... Did I spell sheriff right? How come you can't search for things like that? If I do it, let me do that off camera. Anybody have a link to Washoe County Twitter, which is X? They do. Okay, here it is. X/Washoe County Sheriff. Let's go. All right. The last post was about trail fire 5 hours ago. Fail. 7 hours ago, North Virginia Street's closed. That's nice. Meanwhile, there's a hillside on fire, and you're in charge of whether or not evacuations get ordered. Could you maybe tell people about it? My God. See why I can't retire, friends? See why I can't retire? I want to retire. Okay, we have 36 persons. Please shout out in chat what information you need to know about. Right now, I can't even confirm if evacuation warnings are in place, but there have never been any orders. Places of concern where in the past the evacuation zones were at. Let's see. Oh, shoot. I destroyed the... Let's go back to /Sullivan fire here. Sullivan fire. In the past, like Sarah Luna's map here is awesome. Map link. This is where they had the warnings. The current view on the map is there's no warnings, but it doesn't say. Wedekine Road. I'm probably saying that wrong. Sorry. So this little neighborhood. Radio is completely silent right now. Let me make sure it's still playing. It is still playing. I've muted it, but they are saying nothing. Let's see. I'll unmute it if anything becomes important. That's Sheriff. So we don't have anybody. Oh wait, latest tab, of course. Yeah, my own Here I Am Live was the latest. Okay. And if you share tweets too, that helps people find the channel. So I'm going to call last call here on the information. I do not believe I have to monitor this all night. If they've lifted evacuation warnings and orders and warnings, excuse me, and we can't really see anything on the cams and they stop talking on radio, then what is there to monitor here? Sometimes I do a roll call, like a lot of times people have fallen asleep watching the channel. So if I have an audience of 100% asleep people and just a few mods, you know, that's there's no reason to continue to be live. Got my fever raging right now and a pretty sore tooth. It's broken. Got an emergency dental appointment in the morning, so I'm going to be loopy all day tomorrow, guys. I have to be sedated. I have to have laughing gas. It is It's not like major tooth surgery, knock on wood, but it's a delicate area. Hey, Brooke, you're still here. Thank you. Thank you for sharing and being here to mod. I don't know if John Stoker's still around. Big Al's still here. Hey, Big Al, thank you. Where are you at currently, Big Al? Did you return to the Sequoias? I want to tell you guys about what me and Sarah have been discussing, Smitty and Desi also, like if you guys remember Desiree. I desire there to be a place where everybody affected by the fires can talk to each other and not just in YouTube chat, like each other, like exchange phone numbers. Many times kind people say, hey, you know, let's go back and look at a time lapse. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse and see current status. Kind of animates the smoke a little bit. It's looking good on the cams. It's all looking nice and calm and good with just smoke kind of wafting, you know, just sort of wafting. So coming down the pipe, I wish I could set this up. My life is in chaos. There's a lot of horrific, you know, problems that I've been experiencing nonstop since let's see, it was since around Christmas. So there's a lot of family illness, friends of mine that have really bad health problems, and at the same time, I basically face it's not truly an audit, but it's like an audit because of the government screwing up, the IRS actually screwing up, and YouTube falsely reporting income that I did not have, confusing me with somebody else. And they said, oopsie, but the IRS was already like, are you like a YouTube millionaire? And I'm like, no, I wish so. That would be awesome. I wish I had a Global Bombardier 6000 and I could, you know, cover from my Learjet or the Global Bombardier and, you know, shoot pictures of fires out the window. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the way it's been. So they were like, okay, well, you can prove this, right? And I said, certainly. Here's my paper records from the last, you know, 7 years, whatever, just to have some of those records destroyed in a blizzard. And feral cat got in my storage unit and urinated on them because weird things happened to me. So I've had to go to like every financial institution ever and request records. And hand enter everything, like thousands of entries into Quicken to generate new profit and loss reports, because I went back to Quicken and everything had melted down in corrupt files because weird things happened to me. So, hey, John Stoker, you there? So I'm still clearing this up. End is in sight, but this is not a fun task. And that has prevented me from resting since fire season ended last December. The last fire that I covered was around December 15th in Ventura County. And some of the flooding. Have I had a day of rest since? Not really, no. I went to Mount St. Helens to try to live stream that just to find out that Wi-Fi wasn't good enough there. And that sucked on the anniversary of the eruption on the May 18th. And then I came back just really ill. It was pretty cold and it was like getting pneumonia or something. But so I've just recovered and then I got really ill again and I found out it's my tooth here and it infected and broke. So that'll be taken care of hours from now. I will not be available. Whatever happens tomorrow, I think I'll just be sedated and drugged. Yeah, thank you, John. So, sorry, what we were talking about, because of this live chaos, I don't know how much we're going to get achieved. I would like to make a website. So instead of just looking for my videos and looking for the evacuation info and links into videos, there would be an official website for my wildfire tracking, like I would create it. I would round up some of my mods to update it, like if evacuation orders changed or new links changed. That would be cool to just say, go to the website, I've got it here. And I would just basically be rounding up all of the official sources from Facebook, Twitter, and wherever they are, and then the links and the info would be there on the webpage. It can't be updated live all the time, but it would be better than nothing. Because sometimes when there's about 10 fires going on, I run out of space in the description to write more information. Links can be incredibly long. So there's a character limit meaning how many individual letters you could type in a YouTube description, and I have run out of space before. When there's 10 fires, so there's 10 counties to link to, and 10 evacuation maps to link to, and 10 shelter maps, you know what I'm saying? So that would take care of some problems. To A, have a website, and then B, this is not set up yet. This is drawing board stuff. If fires become bad and I have to go live a lot, there's less time to do this and set this up behind the scenes. So this is a wish. This is a wish on the wish list. This is our live view of the cameras. This is looking great now. This is looking great. Let's do a live view here. Dead silence on the radio. It's muted for you, but it's not muted for me. No news is good news. So fingers crossed. So another thing we want to do is create a space where fire-affected people could talk to each other, exchange their own phone numbers. Because many times people will show up in chat and say, hey, I have a stable. If anybody wants to evacuate their horses, I have 5 stalls. You can come to my stable. And like on YouTube, it's not good to give out your phone number on the internet to total strangers, right? So the idea would be either we have a few options. Please tell me if you have your own ideas. Slack is like a chat room where people can voice talk to each other and upload pictures so that I can show people pictures of fires. Plus, they can talk to each other in private, message each other in private. Like the person with a horse stable can say, hey, anybody with horses, talk to me, and here's my phone number. And they can go off in their own little room and talk with voice to each other or message. This would be great. Discord is an app that does that, but it is so confusing and hard to learn that it's not gonna work. It also has security issues. So Discord is out. It would be great if it wasn't confusing. But as John Stoker and others can attest to, every time I even try to talk to my own mods, it's hard to even start a video chat and have everybody even know what button to push to even join, because it changes. It changes whether or not you're on a phone, a tablet, desktop, and what buttons are where. So if I'm saying, hey, go to the upper left-hand corner and press join video chat, that advice doesn't work for half the people looking. Hey, Citizens Z Animations, how you doing? Thanks for checking in. How are you tonight? Brokefish says they're mop-up in control mode. Yeah, I think so. You know, they didn't bother to explain that the evacuation alert has even been called off. I have not heard that. Nobody said that on chat that scanner radio that I can think of. But the last watch duty update was evacuation orders were lifted. Well, they never were in place. They were just wrong. But evacuation warnings, are those lifted? The official map appears so. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. It just has road closure information at this point. So I'm going to guess. Why am I guessing? Why am I guessing? Shouldn't there just be a little information thing right here? Like you click on the fire and it says what the hell the status is? Okay. Anyway, if anybody has ideas, if you have used things like Slack, Microsoft Teams, these are chat programs where the people, it's way better than YouTube, can not only talk to me and ask me questions there without having to register with YouTube. A lot of people just don't want a YouTube account. Please hit the like button now if you're on YouTube. But I want people to exchange information with each other so citizens can help each other. That is absolutely awesome. I want photographs and such from the scene to show people. And a lot of times people are like, where do I send you a photograph? And, oh, this is too big of an attachment for email, you know. And there's no way that I can keep up with emails. I feel such an idiot. But I'm now seeing emails I haven't read from 2021's fires. I got an overwhelming amount of emails, much of it spam and fake stuff. Just because that's what happens when you have your email out there on the internet, like on YouTube. And so I set up a filter system that I thought was going to work, and what it did is it made folders within folders, and then it hid all the emails that went into subfolders. And so I just found them and went, oh my God. I'm on an apology tour to everybody who tried to reach me and thought that I ignored them. Like I feel terrible. And I'm seeing so many of these. And this just lets me know how bad of a system trying to work email is when the entire world has your email address and keeps sending incredible amounts. Hey, Cheryl, how are you doing? How's Canada? So email is not good. It's not a good way to reach me. So we need a way for people to reach me and keep me informed. Right now, I have a terrible problem with watch duty. I signed up for alerts for every single county. And then what happens, though, is I find out about every half-acre fire that breaks out, and it floods my phone, and my phone will not allow me to get any new alerts past 24. Like 24 notifications are there on the phone. Like when you drop down from the top, it says watch duty, and there's a number that says 24, and I can expand it. And once 24 is reached, it won't give me any new information. So here's my phone silent all day when crazy things are happening. When new evacuations are ordered, and a fire went from one acre to 150 in an hour. This has concerned me. I have reached out to the watch duty team, and they said, don't think we could do nothing about that. Oh dear. So it may be that I assign mods to monitor, say, 5 counties, and they have the alerts for all their 5 counties, and then they have to text message me to keep me alert about what the hell's happening every day. Or I may have to buy an iPhone, because I don't think this affects iPhones. Like an old iPhone. I'm not going to activate it. I hate iPhones, but I may just have to buy one just to have the watch duty app work properly and have it next to my other phone on my desk. And it's technology, you know? Wayne County, hey, thanks for the info. Says SBA will help with building websites. Sometimes they get local junior college kids to volunteer and help build them. Chat groups, ooh. Yeah, we could do a custom website. I was supposed to I have a background in web design. However, I never utilized it. I have a background in like college course web design. But it was so long ago, WordPress was new. And that was a hobby pursuit, like non-credit classes, you know. And since wildfires happened, I couldn't do my hobby, which was I wanted to make history websites about ghost towns, not paranormal, but like Wild West ghost towns. I was going to film them, and that's the original purpose of my YouTube channel. Was I was going to make ghost town videos about Wild West and abandoned places and historical places. And I was going to be a traveling YouTuber that showed people cool ruins and history stuff. And then wildfires burned down about half the places I was going to start filming. The counties that I was going to start with was Butte County, because my brother lived there, and I was going to potentially spend a week there with him in Paradise, interviewing people at the Gold Nugget Museum in Paradise. And I had just started to set this up when Paradise burned the hell down, because weird things happened to me. And I went, oh my God, Butte County's been devastated. And what else? And the Gold Nugget Museum burned down. So what else can I film? So I said, Plumas County. Oh my God, did that burn down? Thanks a lot, PG&E. Thanks a lot. So it's more important than ever, excuse me, I whacked the mic, to go out and film places before they get burned down. Because just in 2020, 2021 alone, we lost probably 25% of the ghost towns that still existed in northeastern California, just that one summer. Because then I thought, okay, Plymouth County is just burned down. I guess maybe I have to go film El Dorado County. And then the Caldor fire starts. El Dorado County burns down. Okay. All right. So, but that was like dabbling. That was like, let's learn WordPress so I can have a travel blog, right? So I'm very, very open. If people want to email me, of course, there's the email. Your experiences, like pros and cons, Microsoft Slack, or Slack, and then Microsoft Teams. Pros and cons, anything else? WordPress, is there a website builder? Weebly, right now we might be going with, because it's a drag and drop easy thing. The thing that wine country, the thing that we want the most is quick updatability, right? So I've got a fever. The ability to quickly update by people who don't know how to build websites. So I need my mods. I will just say, hey, mod, with the permissions. Whoops, wrong camera. Here's our live view. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse of the Sullivan fire here in Reno. Those are good, very good suggestions. WordPress, I believe, is something you kind of have to buy books and take a class to learn. I don't know that there's any drag and drop style WordPress options. Weebly is awesome for 2 reasons. A, I've used it before extensively. I've created simple websites for like friends and family with Weebly, weebly.com. And if you want a website for any reason, you could be a 90-year-old and figure it out. It's that simple. It's, you want a headline, so the right side of the screen has a headline button. You press it, and then you type in your headline, such as 1906 San Francisco earthquake. And then you have a picture button, add a picture. And it puts a picture on the website, and it says upload a picture. And you could put a picture. And it says write the body of the article, and this is body. So you click the body button and you start typing. And so if we did this for wildfires, I could have a home page that says wildfires home. Then the states, pick your state on the left. Like here, it says kind of like this website. Here's, Arizona, Colorado, blah, 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 blah. And then pick your county, submenu. And then if there's a new evacuation map, I can pick up the phone and go, hey, Smitty, add the new evacuation map to the blah, blah, blah fire, Alameda County. And he can log in. Anybody else who doesn't know anything about web design, and you just press the button to change the text, and then copy and paste in a link, save the website, it's live. That's the ease and speed. We need this all to happen fast. It's speed is the word here, and there's no way that I can train people on stuff. It's Weebly easy enough to just figure out. It's just there. We look back at chat. Cheryl says it's one of a number of wildfires threatening communities across Manitoba. Oh, which one? Oh, shoot, I missed you. Which one? Which one, Cheryl? Which fire? And they actually did some backburn for some of the fires in BC. I think it's helped, so no fires in that area currently. Well, that's good. Well, that's good. Let me go back to Broke Fishing. Citizen Z, yeah. Thanks for being here. You came in here to smash the like button. Totally appreciate it. Didn't we meet the other night on Broke Fish's channel? Wasn't I chatting? Sorry, I have a fever. Okay. What is SBA, by the way? Forgot to ask. Cheryl says Nelson Fort there's a heart in front of what you said. McMurray, yeah. But not a whole lot of reports lately. God, Fort McMurray. Jeez. That's one of those names associated with doom, like Paradise and Pigeon Forge and Lahaina. That Fort McMurray, the initial crazy fire they had. Jeez. I'm still plugged into Kelowna. It's Kelowna, right? Not Kelowna. Kelowna. That was one of the craziest things we witnessed live. Oh, sorry, it's not live image. Yeah, we can't even see the fire on this one right here. It's all knock on wood, looking great. Small Business Administration. Yeah. That was awesome. I would like to actually start a charity, so that people's donations to this team here, wildfire tracking team, are, for one, tax deductible. They should be. And I've got to separate personal finance from this to figure out if I'm breaking even or not. And if I can still continue in this capacity. I'm looking at the tornado chasers. The funny thing is I never knew that the tornado chasers did what I did for wildfires. I had no idea that those existed. My first technical wildfire stream was during Paradise when it was happening. I didn't use a camera. I didn't use a microphone. I just showed people. I turned on scanner radio so people could listen live, because I was just doing that, biting my fingernails off, waiting for my brother to check in as a missing person, and wondering if some of my family was dead or not. So since I was already monitoring the wildfire by myself through a whole bunch of variety of tools such as CalTopo, I learned my CalTopo skills looking for old ghost towns. You can do all kinds of things with it, such as historical map layer and all sorts of nice, incredible things. Like maybe there's old Reno right here, and use that as an overlay. So yeah, here's an ancient Reno was so tiny. When my parents took me there when I was a kid, it was still tiny, but you can compare modern maps, the ancient ones, and slide it, Look how tiny Reno was, guys, back in the day. So I used my map skill, self-taught, for tracking for tracking where ghost towns used to be, for tracking wildfires. And so that was technically my first stream was November 2018. November 8th, the day which will live in infamy. And the Paradise Fire kept burning for more than a month. People don't realize that, but it was stopped when it tried to race across the entire California Valley. It jumped the major freeways and went into the rice fields and the cattle pastures. People don't realize that. Chico nearly burned down. They saved it. It spread out to other communities, Pence, Concow, Irishtown, Helltown. It was insane. And then it went, as the wind direction changed, it went from a town fire and a grass fire and a foothills fire, which is oak, scrub, savanna, up to a proper forest fire, burned up into the mountains, climbed up into the mountains. It spread out in all directions. And it was still burning when I went in late November to early December and drove to California. And I tried to get there to film, but they had torrential rains and mudslides. Yeah, literally mudslides blocked my path as I was driving to Paradise to try to get to my brother's house to film it. So technically the first fire stream was 2018. I never thought that would repeat. I really never thought that the whole fire situation, I thought it was a freak. I thought it would never repeat. And to my horror, it basically did 1 year later with the 2020 fires. I mean, look, it was late 2018. So it practically burned into 2019. So when the 2020 fires broke out, Labor Day weekend, Red Monday, that's the true start of the fire stream. And once again, I thought it was a freak thing. 2021 proved me wrong. 2022, then, also pretty dang bad. And 2023, I barely remember because I was so ill. Not as bad. So anyway, that's how this all started. And yeah, thank you for the tip, Wine County. Small business administration is not something I've ever utilized before, but I should. I think everybody should. And yeah, Broke Fish, I think they did a great job here. Let's get off the old Reno. Let's look at modus and veers. Yeah, here's the more pinpointy kind of like, where was the fire? So if you look at these as nipples, yes, I said nipples. Baby bottle nipples. What are you guys thinking? Jeez, you guys are all sick. Just kidding. Okay, each one of these red snowflakes here at the center just marks the center of the margin of error. It's much more pinpointy than what we just saw, the giant square blocks, right? Now the GOES satellites come around every 25 minutes or so. Modus and veers have their own schedule that's kind of random. It may not even be every day. You can tell when the detection was, when the satellite passed in mountain time. So this was, what? Mountain time's what? An hour ahead of us? 2300 is 11:14 mountain time, so it's like 10:14 Pacific. And it hasn't been back since. But the margin of error is the entire circle. But each one of the circles is a separate heat detection. So you can see why the evacuation warning were down this way, because there's heat detected somewhere around here by the Wild Creek golf course. So you had people on alert to be evacuated, and that's probably where the majority of in Green Village Park, it's probably where the majority of the confusion happened, where some people were told to leave. No, you don't. Yes, we do. Yes, no, you don't. By presumably the sheriff's office, and they had to call 911 dispatch to figure it out. Is this true or not? And no, it was not true. It was never true. But twice on accident, it was reported that there's mandatory evacuations, putting everybody on edge here. But you can see that the entire circle is margin of error. There's just a heat detection somewhere in the circle. And the center of it, it's like a nipple of a baby bottle. You know, the center is just marks the center of the margin of error, not where the heat was. If you think about, looking top down at a baby bottle, the circles the rest of the nipple, right? So it'll become much more accurate. At some point, they should be doing a recon flight. Nighttime's the best time to do it, and they'll have like a perimeter map. It'll probably show up on watch duty. Let's see if there's any aircraft right now. There's Chinooks running around Sacramento today, which is weird. I don't know if there was a fire there, this 2-acre vegetation fire, or they were just moving around the Chinooks or not. You can't tell if they're on the job, the aircraft layer here, or if they're just doing an exercise, or just moving the planes from place to place. But I would think that FIRIS, F-I-R-I-S, might do a helicopter trip before dawn, or at least maybe a airplane will do an infrared kind of an imaging. Infrared will detect heat, and then they'll make a neat map instead of this mess. So, yeah, I was talking about tornado chasers. Sorry, I never knew that live emergency streaming was a thing. I just hit the live button because I saw that the media and the government was failing to keep people informed 24/7. Each time I hit the live button, I just looked around and went, what the hell? Isn't somebody going to cover this live? And in the very start, since I was just an ordinary person, no journalism degree, no real interest in being like a reporter, I felt unqualified. But thank God, real firefighters came into my chat, took me under their wing, and I'm a fast learner. And then other people volunteered, and that's how it grew. And it just was natural that way. And I always thought it was a nice little temporary thing. I didn't think I needed to start at charity. I didn't know I had to stop my life. Like, you can't have a life when you do this. When 2021 came around, I streamed myself for 96 days in a row, an average of 16-hour days. Sometimes I didn't stop. I didn't sleep for 3 days pretty frequently because the crisis just didn't stop. It just kept getting worse. The Dixie and the Caldor and the other fires that get forgotten in the shadow, but there were massive amounts of fires. Everything from the McCash to the ones at the coast, where all the firefighters went to the Dixie and Caldor and even abandoned everybody in the Northwest California and Southwest Oregon. Yeah, the fires were unstaffed. That was the crazy thing about it. So, sorry, I had no idea that citizen reporting was a thing. For later, only after I had been really deep in the 2021 fire season, did I find out that people did what I did for fires. They did it for tornadoes. Hey, good night, Broken. Big Al says, I chased my first and last tornado last week in Maryland. What? Are you in Maryland? Do you live in Maryland? I thought you lived in the West. I didn't pay enough attention to my weather app and found myself right below the rotation. Oh my God. No doing that again unless it's in a farm area. Holy. Okay, were you accidentally like under a tornado? Ah, a funnel cloud? Did it touch down? Man, I want to know more about your story, Big Al. Holy crap. Let's look back at the live cams. Okay. Now this is city lights. Don't be alarmed. That gave me a heart attack for a second. Oh my God. City lights, headlights, and fires can look so similar. Why don't they calibrate the camera? This all blurs together. Okay. All right, it's rotating again. All right, this is where the fire actually was. And you can not even see it, which is awesome. The fire was right here. Right here. Hang on, let me fix my screen. Yeah, right here. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. What was I saying? Yeah, but the tornado chasers, since tornadoes go, they don't have any problems with money because in the tornado monitoring channels, because multiple states are affected for multiple days at a time, like clockwork, every tornado season. So they get incredible amounts of money because they have incredible audiences, multi-state audiences, and they're all captive audiences too, who have and where their life depends on watching tornado stream forecasts and stuff, and the media. Where when a tornado breaks out, the fact that a lot of people from around the world now follow those channels too, I mean, they always trend, and so they always go straight to the top of anybody's search. So even if they get $1 to $5 average donations, they have an average of 80,000 viewers, 30,000 concurrent, or 80,000 per incident, like per video they make. And can you imagine if everybody gave you $1 with an 80,000 audience, man? Of course, that doesn't happen, but it's reasonable for about a third, fourth to a third of your audience to give something. Yeah, good night, Brokefish. Do a channel membership thing. Yes, that's a possibility. Patreon is also a possibility. I'm more comfortable with Patreon. Now, what I wanted to do also, I'm not doing my channel any favors by being absent for months at a time and then frantically streaming every day. The algorithm does not like absence from YouTube. It really wants you to make a video every damn day. That's not, that does not sound like that's possible for me. That sounds like it's possible for people who have their own video production studio. With shorts, it's possible, I guess, but I don't want to have a low quality channel where there's just crap there every day. There's a fine line we have to walk, and that is a lot of people don't want to be notified about anything except for a crisis. And that's that. I could do a lot of fire safety videos. I wanted to record those all winter. Like, how can you prep your home, and how can you prevent an actual structure fire in your home? Sorry, that is not a live view anymore. Let's go back to live. It's looking gorgeous, guys. I think now safely you can go to sleep. If you're in a shelter, you can go home, I think, because it just looks so good on cams. I'm still listening to scanner radio, and it's not. They haven't. Wait, there they are. There they are. Excuse me. Shoot, it had stopped. I thought they were in silence, but I had to refresh it. Okay, I will turn on scanner radio again if they actually talk about the fire. Let's see.
There's a decent amount of blood consistent with the fight. I want to try to look this up here.
Oh my God.
Copy. Charles 115 also have blood droplets here in the middle of the crosswalk.
Oh my God. Hang on.
Copy.
Sorry, friends. I had to refresh the radio page. It was frozen. So I don't know how long they've actually been quiet or talking. My bad. But what they just said right before I muted it was, we've just found a decent amount of blood. Consistent with the report.
Charles 119.
Of people fighting.
Myself and 112 will be walking the river path, going eastbound on the north side of the river, starts from the university.
Holy crap.
Time for.
Yes, exactly right, Wine Country.
Washoe 110-922, may assist.
YouTube takes 30%. That's ridiculous.
MA 110-4.
This is why everybody talks about HelloFresh and a VPN.
Washoe 141, all units from this caller, 10-8, checks okay.
They're taking more than a quarter.
141, 10-4.
That's ridiculous. For what I do, I don't think they should be taking anything. For what tornado chasers types do and those reporters, I don't think they should be taking anything. Because we do it whether or not we get paid at all. And it's a feast or famine thing. Outside of tornado season, like what income do they have? We're just doing a public service. Get off our back and stop trying to leech money off of us. But YouTube has never made a category called community service. News and politics is the closest thing, and my God, I'm not the news, and I don't get political. But that's the closest thing. So I'm technically a news and political streamer.
No, 137 and 49.
I'm sorry, I'm very curious about the tremendous amount of blood they found and what the hell is going on.
Reno 133, 23, I'll be close for 10.
No, 133, time for.
Or significant amount of blood. I gotta be real here. Wow. Okay, there's always a curse on this channel. As soon as I say I want to go to bed, something weird happens or something very exciting or a new fire breaks out. I should know better than to say I want to go to bed. Okay, I'll be awake. I'll be awake all night. There's no use sleeping before my emergency dental appointment tomorrow. But you're very very right. Yeah, Rumble, I should probably, yeah, these are...
Charles 119.
Hey, friends, I want to make sure...
Charles 119.
Ask your questions about the fire. It's open question and answer time. We're talking about other subjects.
Anything near the AT&T building? Continue to walk.
Sorry, I want to know what the hell's happening with the blood thing. We're talking about channel, getting the channel, improving it, and getting communication apps together. So that people can talk to me, inform me of things better, because email I totally fail at, and it's not a good way. So if we had and also how can I break even this year? I don't know that I can. I have to quit if I can't get better revenue in order to take the side jobs I used to have. But I kind of destroyed my old the old way I used to make money, which was computer help. It's an on-call kind of business. So I would repair people's computers, fix their issues, and build computers for people. And so what happened is I basically told everybody I have to do Firestream. I have to be available for people 24/7. So I can't do this computer stuff anymore. So once people know that they can't call you for an emergency, I mean, their computer has to run. They stop calling you. So I took a gamble in 2023 and stopped all of my doing everything else for money to focus exclusively on Firestream. And that's when all the donations dried up, the vast majority, I should say. But this is not a unique situation. Excuse me, I got to get a drink. Every streamer began to suffer hard in 2023. Because the economy is still in the crapper. Everybody's scared. Everything costs way more. I've gotten a million apologies. I can't support you anymore, or currently, because, and I said, don't worry. I understand. Like, I used to donate to other streamers too, and I've severely cut back. And YouTube has taken medieval steps, and so have all the other streaming platforms like Twitch and whatnot, where if I did make videos, like regular videos, I could in the past promise that commercials run only at the end, right? I could promise there's only one commercial at the beginning. It'll only be 30 seconds, right? So I flirted with the ideas of commercials, and what YouTube did was take away all of our freedom. Now all of us YouTubers got a notice, 2023, that we lost control of advertisement. So YouTube will now decide how often commercials run on your content and for how long. I'm still in somewhat control of what the commercial subject is. There's this weird checkbox list of like dieting and weight loss, gambling, alcohol, and you can uncheck the ones you're against, you know. So like at least I don't have to have alcohol commercials on my content because I'm against alcohol. But there's not much other control now. So if I tell people, hey, there'll only be a 30-second commercial, I can no longer promise that. And I will never even know what the hell kind of commercials are happening. So going back to chat. Wait, what's going on, Cheryl? Cheryl says that news about the Canadian fires was last month. There's been no news since last month. Okay. Did I say something wrong? I'm not sure that I did. I try to monitor Canada best I can on my own free time, but I haven't had any dang free time. You keep trying. Just don't slam mods for giving reports on fires from Hawaii or Canada. Have I ever done that? I'm confused. I have a fever. I don't think I've ever slammed mods for anything except what mods I had to fire. Like the one mod who went off the deep end and yelled at a child. Like, what the hell? Okay, Wine Cuddy says, do you have to monetize for memberships? I don't believe so. Here's what I wanted to do instead, Wine Country. Memberships are going to have the you know where it says join a YouTube membership. That's YouTube still taking a tremendous cut. Patreon is not like that, so I prefer Patreon. I did the math in 2021 when the majority donations I ever received happened. Oh God, that horrible sound. Dispatch just made a horrible sound. Ooh, I'm so glad that was muted for you, friends. That was like a stylus scratching hard a vinyl record at aircraft volume. Okay, thanks, Cheryl. I'm sorry. Yeah, I've got a broken tooth that emergency dental appointment in the morning is going to fix, but it's probably infected, and in a mild way, I've got a fever. Yeah, of course, I would never, ever, ever say don't give fire information. Even if it's Spain, Portugal, Lisbon, Chile, I would love to cover the whole world. So what I wanted to do instead of the membership, I think we have the subs, even though subs went down, our maximum sub count during the Dixie and the Caldor was, I think we had 14,000 subscribers, maybe even 16, or I really cannot remember. But of course, once those two major fires were done, the Dixie and Caldor, we had the most viewers ever. It was like 38,000 people on at the same time wanting to know if Tahoe is going to be evacuated. And so I called for the evacuation of Tahoe. And I said, look, you're going to be evacuated. Go now. But for some reason, the officials are delaying the evacuation orders. But, you know, we got a lot of donations at that point. A lot of them were through Super Chat. Oh, don't worry. You're fine. I'm not mad at anybody. This is exactly what I want. And you're the only person really helping to talk to me about this right now. That's when we got, you know, little $5 donations, but hundreds of them. And then I did the math about how much YouTube made, and I just cried, like, oh my God, I could have used the rest of that money to buy a laptop. YouTube is a business model where they take more than a quarter of what you make. That's not your profits. They make a quarter of your gross. More than a quarter, 30%. So if you've ever wondered why everybody interrupts this program and has ads and still says, oh, by the way, HelloFresh, you know, VPNs, it's because you can't survive any other way. So yeah, there's a tremendous cut that's still taken with YouTube memberships, which is them trying to be Patreon. I'd be more comfortable with Patreon, but the thing about Patreon is you're supposed to promise your viewers something special for being a Patreon member. I don't want to put anything behind a paywall. And the pressure to perform. Sorry, police are still talking about police chatter. I could always say, like, for non-emergency issues, I could say I will let Patreon members see my content a week before it hits the main channel, but I'm against paywalls. I think the poor or anybody struggling should have just as much access to what I do as anybody else. I've always been irritated by that. Early access, paywall, that's okay. But most of what I do is emergency stuff. So there's also the fact that my health means I just go down for a week after becoming exhausted. I've got terrible stomach inflammatory problems. And in general, kind of a weakened immune system. Oh, that's sad. So I do have kind of a fragile immune system. And every once in a while, I'm in bed for a week. So I'd hate to say, oh, I'm going live on such and such date. Half the time, I would not be able to fulfill that promise. I can only explain what I can do while I'm awake, you know? I can't make next day promises. I have no idea how I'll feel. When my stomach goes off in crazy pain town, all bets are off, right? Here's what I got excited about. YouTube explained to us creators last year or so that we could have a store. So I went, yes, a store. I want people to buy t-shirts and sweaters and hoodies that say Kathryn's Wildfire Tracking Team. And I got excited, and I said, we'll make special editions of the Caldor, I Survived the Caldor, or I Supported Survivors of the Caldor. I supported survivors of the Dixie. I supported survivors of Paradise. That would be better, where we could say, 75% of the money goes to their funds. And I rushed to sign up for that. If you've ever noticed some popular YouTubers, like you can see their t-shirts, their t-shirt sales and mugs and stuff, right? And I wanted to make one for myself. And every day of the week, I could wear a different shirt, and we could start donations to the people who really need them. Try clove oil for the tooth, and it works. Yeah. Hi, Greg and Cindy. Thank you for being here. I think I have some. Yes. I think I have some. I will definitely put that on. So, I also have an arthritic condition where the weather changes and it gets cold and rainy, and all of a sudden, oh God, my joints hurt so bad. And so wintertime it's worse, summertime not as bad, but I do live in Oregon. So days that my fingers and stuff hurt and my elbow, it's quite difficult to just stare and produce content, right? But a store would produce revenue even while I'm asleep. It would be a passive source of income. That's what they call that. And I wanted to passively and constantly support the victims of wildfires, even years after the fire, because it takes years to recover. And so we could make the shirt system. And then as people wear these shirts out to the public, more people will find out about how they can help. I mean, I'm still meeting Paradise, people who are homeless, still living at the river bottoms and couch surfing around Yuba, Sutter County. It's bad things happen to me, like in weird coincidences, but so do really good things. Like I went to a gas station leaving California in 2022. Headed on I-5 North back to Oregon. Somebody approaches me at the gas station, says, "Hi, I can't pay for my gas. Can you help me?" In California, the land where people are not supposed to talk to strangers, or it's weird. In Oregon is normal, but it's not normal in California. And so I did not detect any sort of scam from the person. I'm pretty good at detecting, danger, vibes. The guy was really embarrassed to ask for help, but he goes, "Can I trade you? I've got some food here, but I need to get home with gas money." And so I get to talking, and it's a victim of one of the big major wildfires. So I said, "Yeah, of course. And here's my business card. Let's talk. I want to interview you about your story, because people still need to know the full extent of what happened." And so, but what kind of weird coincidence is that, right? And the weird thing was I needed food at the same time, and what he had was exactly what I could eat. It was onion-free. So we had a good, as Indians would call it, a good swap, good trade. So anyway, going back to the how to fundraise. I've got to talk about my hopes being dashed and crashed with the whole store thing. We need to reach a lot more subs to get the store going. I can't do any of the t-shirt, mugs, things at all without a hell of a lot more subs. I don't know why YouTube even reached out to me. It seemed like an automatic email where it says introducing these stores, and then you need a lot more subscribers. I think you need 25,000, 20 to 25,000.
Saw the headlights.
Holy.
Sparks and bearing.
Okay, guys, we have a wrong way driver. There's a wrong way driver on a highway or freeway. I just barely caught that. By Sparks. It says Sparks Highway? Is that a highway name?
take traffic driver with negative result for the search.
Jeez.
That's correct. Negative result. Copy that. I'll let LPD know.
That sounds like a serious emergency. Yeah, okay. So we need a subscription goal.
151 coming from Glendale.
Highway 80? Okay. It's a wrong way driver. Holy crap. It's a dark sedan.
Charles 112.
I don't know if I'm going to area, but we'll be pushing eastbound from the area.
Eastbound. Holy crap. That's terrifying. How intoxicated is a person to not understand they're driving the wrong way on a freeway? Yeah, well, you haven't seen highways in Canada? Yeah, you can hit a brown giraffe every once in a while. Brown giraffes that the locals call moose. Wow. It's Highway 80 or 395, yeah. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, but yikes. So, Cheryl says, Wine Country says, I don't do Patreon. A lot of people don't, but you do understand Patreon, or you don't? Because I have not started it, but I think that might be something I do immediately. I've got a Venmo now. I know I need to accept Bitcoin and crypto. It was the dumbest thing ever when I said I didn't back in the past, but that was before they went to, 40 grand each. Oh my God. I don't think I was going to get paid an entire Bitcoin, but oh my God, what if I was? What if I was? They're like, that's a down payment on a house now. So, yeah, this is coming down the pipe. Okay, so to re-summarize this very interrupted fever conversation. The fire's looking all right. No signs of evacuation notices or warnings. Anybody can go to sleep now. I think they did a great job. They're mop up and clean up. We're still watching the cams for now. We're trying to figure out how my channel can live. And with different sources of revenues that don't involve ads. Technically, the word monetization is running ads and ads only on YouTube. I have only hit the monetize button 4 times ever on my channel. And as an experiment, the air show that I streamed live a month ago, I hit the ad as I was live on the phone, at the actual air show, I hit the button that says, do you want to monetize this? Because I figure during an air show, go ahead, YouTube, show all the ads you want, whatever. We'll see what happens. And it said, are you sure? Are you able to certify there's no copyrighted content? And I said, yes. I mean, it's just me walking around an air show, right? Well, guess what? I screwed up because I get this notification the next day that says, your video can't be monetized because of copyrighted music. And it was the music that played during the fireworks. For God's sake. So YouTube had a big warning that if I do that too many times, certify that there's no copyrighted content, and then there is, you're basically labeled a liar. And YouTube no longer trusts you, and you can no longer monetize live videos. So the 2 times I did that, the air show videos, and one other, both times some random music was playing from somebody else and wrecked it. So it might be a 3 strikes you're out. I'm going to turn that volume down. I'm just really hoping this one wrong way driver gets taken away. So, of course we care about Canada. During the winter, Canadians watch Highway Through Hell, and they close highways often, like for ice or like moose traffic. So anyway, what I wanted to do was have the YouTube store. So our subscription goal will be whatever. Let me Google that. What subscribers do we need? If you guys hit the subscribe button, it'll help like tremendously. I have no idea. How many? It's my YouTube search or Google search. How many subs do you need for YouTube store? I am in the middle ground hell. Mute that. I'm in the middle ground hell of having more than 10, but fewer than 25. It means that you think that you could make a living off of YouTube, but you can't. So you get, I call it the hell because you become semi-famous in your little circle of niche. So all of your security goes to hell, and you have to buy all these security cameras and take your precautions because this is about time you get weirdos and stalkers trying to figure out who you are, where you live, and stuff like that. So you got to invest in your own security, and yet you're not rich enough to have like a security detail, gated community kind of thing, right? So, and that's about time you become a quote public figure. So anybody could trash talk you as much as they want, and you lose the ability to sue them because you're a quote public figure unless they outright lie about you. Then you can sue the living daylights out of them. And yet YouTube doesn't realize that this is a pit, that as your channel is growing, you don't have enough money to keep growing it. And what YouTube now says, the other evil thing that YouTube did, besides taking advertisement control away from us, is they said that in order to get your videos now noticed by other people, is now you have to pay. You have to pay to boost your videos now. Like, if I want people to see this video tonight about Nevada, I need to pay. Just like they're copying the Facebook model. And that's great.
We're entering off of the intersection of Coonsley and 2nd.
All right. The police are at Coonsley and 2nd on eastbound lanes, still looking for this wrong way driver. So we do have a location where they're searching for the wrong way driver.
Rearing northbound to Pyramid Street, negative.
Sounds like that's still going on.
10-4.
Okay, so yeah, YouTube decided to copy Facebook, and if I want people to now connect to my videos, I'm supposed to pay. Hey, Big Al, good night. Can you please show up to the next stream because I wanted to pick your brain about this awesome radar scope thing you hooked me up with. And don't go chasing no tornadoes anymore. All right. I won't be live for tomorrow. Maybe after that. Thank you for coming. Okay, more firefighters are back in the station. I have no idea if somebody actually went into the water being pushed off the bridge or not. So it may be firefighters released from that incident, or maybe the Hug spot fire. And we have no idea what the wrong way driver situation still is, but I'm listening to dispatch. I'll unmute it if we hear anything. But yeah, the Sullivan fire is looking great. I bet it's totally contained or out by tomorrow morning. By daylight, probably. I mean, contained by daylight is possible. That's what I think. Now, what was I saying? Yeah. If you've ever emailed me your contact info, please do it one more time so I don't have to dig. That would be awesome. I made chaos out of my Gmail on accident. Very sorry. Very sorry to everybody who tried to get a hold of me on email. We're gonna come up with an alternative. Wine Country says I use a fictitious name and a PO box and an email account using a fictitious name. Yeah, those are good precautions. But the day I went live, my YouTube channel was just my own personal one. So when I went live and thought that this was a one-time deal, you know, tracking the Paradise one and later the 2020 Labor Day fires, I had no idea what to call the channel because I didn't think that it would go viral, you know. And so it was just my own name. It was just Kathryn Davidson. And I thought, you know, should I put my real name out there? But I already had during the Paradise Fire. And I realized that it's so easy for dedicated investigative teams, hackers, and stalkers to find out your real name anyway. Yeah, thank you, Big Al. I appreciate that. That it's really only a speed bump for the determined. It's a very low volume transmission. What is that about the wrong way driver? Yeah, thank you for coming, Big Al. Some of these are very, very low volume. I'd like to report they get the wrong way driver off the road. Terrifying. I would say that's helicopter scrambling worthy.
63.
I mean, if Sheriff's helicopter.
Ladder 1 made it on scene at 01:45 hours. And then I show engine 19 at 02:26, as well as engine 4 at the same time. And I show boat 4 at 02:28. And squad 1 at 2:39 for fire engines that marked on scene.
That's the most adorable dispatch.
Copy that, and I hate to do this to you, but can you give me one at a time? I'm a bit slow. But what time does ladder 1 show up on me?
Ladder 1 was at 01:45 hours.
And 8 and 6, you said?
Engine 19 and engine 4 at 02:26 hours. And boat 4 at 02:28. And squad 1 at 02:39.
Engine 5, red frequency assignment, medical emergency. Respond 400 Island Avenue.
Okay, that's a automatic tone out thing. I'm still trying to figure out how many subscribers do you need to have a YouTube store, like the merchandise there for YouTube. There are two things I wanted to sign up with. Monetization is off. I've had an occasional angry person show up and accuse me of making money off of fires, like it's even enough to live off of. And like, how dare I live in poverty due to wanting to help people? That's so luxurious. Exaggerating here, but and they throw around the word monetization. So I actually showed them the back end that shows monetization is off. So I guess I could show you guys the same thing right now. Why not? You guys want to see behind the scenes? This is what it looks like, the studio control panel. So here's my chat where I see you guys, myself, I see up there when it's playing. So it says monetization is off right there because that technically means ads. Like, you allow YouTube to do its thing and runs ads. You basically can only just turn that on or off because there are no more options anymore. You had options in the past. So this is chat revenue. We got 10.
Yes, fire 1 back. And ladder 1's available on red.
Ladder 1, 10-4.
Okay, so that was a fire report. that they said you could see it at the incident of blah, blah, blah. Okay, muting it again. So, anyway, that's what that looks like from behind the scenes. Yeah, she sounds like a young kid. Yeah. Yeah. It's so amazing what people really look like when you don't know. And then somebody does a YouTube reveal of their face, right? So, yeah, my first scandal I had was somebody thought I was a 65-year-old woman. I didn't have a website or webcam in the beginning. And my first order of business with donations, and thank you friends who donated tonight, will be to get a new webcam. This one is failing. It's got green blocks flashing on it. Occasionally, the zoom control no longer works. It's been a good old webcam. It's technically one from around 2011. That's when I made it, and then they stopped making them at 2016, and somebody gave it to me as a gift in 2018. So it's a crappy webcam. Any new webcam should really outperform it. Oh, I think I do owe explanations. I mean, a lot of people say you don't owe an explanation to a hateful person, and no, I don't. Like, I do deserve people to just ask questions with respect, of course. But I'll be totally open with like how do donations get spent, and how do I make money, right? So because I don't have my own charity, my thing was during the Dixie and Caldor that I just asked, can you please give the vast majority of what you have to spend to the victims and give me 10% of what you have left over. If you give, if you're going to give $100, if you have $100 to give 90 to the official donation sites, and I put them up on the channel. Give me a leftover 10. There were enough people watching at the time for that to work. But I also did not understand some things. I did not understand how expensive it would be to travel to interview the victims, the incredible amount of cost to get gear, video gear to, it went beyond a camera and lens. It's everything from stabilizers to filters to and microphone systems to the crazy cost of the cables to connect microphones to camera to, the crazy amount of expense to buy a video, a backpack that doesn't scratch your camera lens when you put it in. And it just amounted to crazy amounts. Then you have to have a laptop capable of, streaming and doing this stuff, which I still don't own. And so I just thought with the big fires coming in 2020 and repeating in 2021, that we'd have the same level of audience engagement and that this would work for income, and it did not. In 2023, I did not break even, and yet I quit my day jobs. So I'm absolutely bludgeoned hurting for money. I also ate a majority of Uber Eats and pizza delivery because I was streaming for 3 days straight without sleep, and none of those hours I could devote to cooking. Got tremendous cost. I just didn't factor in because, well, I never planned this. I just went live to help people.
Just east of the east is that smoking area.
Smoking area?
Cancel.
You mean an area is smoking? Or there's a designated cigarette smoking area? What they mean river smoking area? Let's look at the cams. God, oh man, no new fires.
Oh, 619. Good. Really yellow.
We're still listening.
Did you guys get on the south side of that river yet? Nope, Sarge told us to hold off. He's waiting for the drone to get here. I'm almost up to Arlington now, walking the blood trail.
Blood trail.
Arlington, so you're heading west? Yeah. Copy. We heard some kind of service on the south side, but we don't see anything, so that's what I was asking. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like they're tracking poachers. They said that we found a significant amount of blood, law enforcement said, by the river, consistent with people fighting. The reports of people fighting. And so they're tracking a blood trail of humans.
Charles 116.
Reno.
We saw a fire in Wendell over at Wingfield West. So any reason I need to go over there? Is it just a physical call?
I have just a medical at the playground at Barbara Bennett. Is that where you're seeing him?
Yeah, it could be there. I was just out in the area and I didn't know if they needed me or not, but it sounds like they're good.
Yeah, for now it's just a normal medical.
There's so many freaky unknown things you hear when you're listening to Scanner Radio. I got very I once applied for a 911 dispatcher position, and so did like more than 3,000 other people. I actually got high in the hiring process, but what did me in was I have no second language. I'm willing to learn Spanish and stuff. If I had anybody that I knew that spoke Spanish, that would be best. But they wanted fluent Spanish speakers. I mean, I understand. But I got to the point where, like, I could ask, if I am hired. They said, "What are your biggest concerns?" And I was like, "Well, emotionally handling some of the worst things ever, And they said that's not a big deal actually, because you'll have it's like a brotherhood of support, other first responders, plenty of other people who know what you're going through, and then you have mostly public support and tons of what do you call that, benefits, like you could talk to a therapist anytime, and you're going to be mentally prepared for how to handle things, and that training, it makes all the difference. Plus, most calls, 99%, are actually not emergencies. So true career-ending situations like September 11th, Paradise Fire, and that kind of thing usually ends the career of a lot of the people who answer the phone. That's usually, you'll experience that once in your life, maybe. And you retire. It's kind of like air traffic control and there's a mid-air collision, like you retire. So okay, sorry, that's nothing to do with the insane stuff we're monitoring. I said what my other question was, okay, well, let me see, what was my original thing? I have a fever. I asked them, it's engine 1 respond to a medical emergency. Sorry, there's constant chatter, you guys can't hear. Makes it hard to tell a story. Anyway, they liked the fact that I could type like 90 words a minute, had a soothing voice, blah, blah, blah. And they thought I'd be a good candidate. They're like, go learn Spanish and apply again whenever these positions open up. But I never really did, because you basically have to travel to wherever these positions open up. They don't open up often. But the thing that they told me, here it is, that's what I wanted to say to you guys. The thing they said was hardest to handle is that when you're on the line with somebody as dispatch and you don't know what happened, you just know there was an emergency and they got near death, and then you'll never get an update and you'll never know what happened to that person. And it's kind of inappropriate to go find out who they are and find out. But that's what haunts people. Like, did they survive? Did the person I help come out unscathed? And not finding out is actually what's psychologically hard. So I would encourage anybody, if you've ever called 911, had a situation, write a letter. You can write a letter to the dispatch and say, thank you. Well, thank you for helping me, and everything turned out okay, or such and such happened. And or maybe even contact your local news to make sure the person finds out if you have no idea how to do this. Maybe it'll be a feel-good story, you know. I should probably contact Salem, Oregon's first responders and let them know what happened to the lady I pulled out of the burning house. She extinguished the fire, but it was smoke-filled. She had an oxygen fire, old lady, and she was dying in the smoke when I heard the smoke alarm and pulled her out of her house. And saved her dog too. I also saved her little dog. And I should probably go and say, well, the ending of the story is she did finally pass away, unfortunately. I learned about that because she was terminal by the time this, she became oxygen dependent. But she died peacefully and not in some horrible fire, you know. And she was unscathed out of that incident, you know. The firefighters probably want to know. So the dang oxygen system she had another fire, but I saved her twice. What is code 4, guys?
We didn't know if it was related, so it can be linked, and yeah, we'll see on the other one.
What's a code 4?
10.
Code 3?
As of Dan's history, 1 felony conviction. He's not required to register, and he's got in name. Just some of it is a lot of drugs, a lot of domestic violence, assault, things of that nature.
Copy that. Thank you.
Is camera refreshing or not? It is. No sign of the fire. That's awesome. So we're now just kind of shooting the crap here.
123, both units in the area.
I'm still here because I'm going to know what happened with the blood.
123 and 41.
Tracking a human blood trail by the river. And there's a wrong way driver on the highway.
Sorry, copy code 4 on plus.
Anyway, code 4 means no more info needed. Hey, SB Kathy, how you doing? Have you been lurking or you just show up? These coasters will start trickling in going, oh, she's live. Hey. Yeah, we had a situation in Reno. It got pretty intense, and they accidentally told the public twice to evacuate when mandatory.
Watch the 1091.
I mean, look at this craziness. When no evacuation orders are issued.
How do you run handicap, please?
Is it Nevada?
I'm going to mute that. Running license plates. We have 4 different overlapping things. You've got medic, fire, police, sheriff's office. So there's nuts. Situation is complete chaos, and nutso is all I'm going to describe Reno tonight, with some crazy person trying to shove people off a tall bridge into the Truckee River, and then a shirtless, shoeless person threatening strangers with a stick, trying to beat people. We had this fire breakout of unknown origin, although there's been a lot more fires around here. If we do a 12-hour time lapse of this one, I think the fire from yesterday is still visible on the camera. Yeah, this is the yesterday fire that it caught. So 9:30 p.m., another fire races up the hill. They accidentally told the public to evacuate twice, like mandatory. And then they said, whoops. Okay, sorry, I'm still listening to dispatch. You're sort of lurking, you can't sleep. Yeah. Code 4 means no more assistance needed. Okay, I didn't know if that was a special response code. Because I know 10-4 is, of course, understood. But, okay, cool. So here you see our fire breaking out at 9:30 and climbing the hill. Nevertheless, the camera keeps rotating a bunch of times, screwing up our time lapse. At least it's not making me too car sick. But they have plenty of road access, and it turned out that a lot of the grass fire on top of this hill, the grass was only knee high in some spots, like sticker bushes. So that's really awesome. I don't know if they've grazed it, if they've pre-burned it, or what, but usually grass and bushes are taller than that, and they're not. So this has been a lot less of a serious situation than it could be if we had even waist tall grass to nipple height grass and bushes. Watch out. Threatened a high school, golf course, ritzy community, and I do not think that any structures were lost in the Sullivan one, but it's a bit weird and suspicious that so many fires are breaking out in this region at the same time. Sesfi Kath says, oh, and Cheryl says the fire on that one looks white, and it sure is bright for a fire. Let me see. This right here, like when it came out around 9:30. Wait, this is 7 p.m. What? Wait, is this Pacific time? 17. Oh, this is actually after midnight. So, that's the time, isn't it? Yeah, 9:30 it was burning. Let's go back in time. Yeah, here's before midnight. So this is, wait, yeah, 11:12 p.m. yesterday. So it raced is what it did. Is it raced? SB Caddy says, saw a couple of people live streaming Sullivan Fire on TikTok. Yeah, I really don't want to join TikTok. I really don't. It doesn't surprise me. It's a big area, a lot of population. I think a journalist went live. I linked it on Facebook. Yeah, it did seem to originate pretty close to the road. They're still looking around the bridge. Is there a huge amount of blood that they found? Or quote significant, which usually means huge. And the police were tracking a human blood trail by the river. John G says, good morning, good coverage and analysis. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Have you been here? The recap, guys, is that this Sullivan fire never had evacuation orders. I repeat, never had evacuation orders. I'm sorry for my channel saying on the stream title that there's evacuation orders. But Watch Duty said so at the time. And it was very confusing. And it was actually dispatch misheard. I believe it was dispatch. Okay, I don't want to blame dispatch if it wasn't dispatch's fault. But from what I could gather, firefighters said maybe evacuate. Dispatch thought should evacuate. So it went evacuation warning, then boom, evacuation orders. That's when Sarah Luna contacted me and said, hey, Reno has a fire. I woke up right about the time it broke out at 9:30 p.m. And why did I wake up at 9:30 p.m.? I have a broken tooth. So I slept all day yesterday through the pain because I was up all night with the pain the night before. I'm waiting for the dentist office to open so I can have my emergency. Hey, Rob, how are you? My emergency tooth dental appointment. Oh, it's in a couple of hours, so I got to get ready for it. Rob Langsdorff says we currently have some shoulder high grasses. Oh, God. That should have been taken care of. Where are you at again, Rob? And good to see you, by the way. So what happened was trail fire was something that happened when I was completely out with my tooth. It was 350 acres, and it had started on the 11th. And one of the cams catches it in our 12-hour time lapse. It was at 13 hours ago. It came across the wire around 3:25 p.m. I do not know the origins. Somebody said, was it a homeless encampment? I don't know. Somebody mentioned that like it was a question. I have no idea. But a stable, Sarah Luna monitored it and it alerted me to the Sullivan fire, which broke out at 9:30 over here, and it's within driving distance. And there was a stable that had a fire in a different structure in a different vehicle that had a fire. So I began listening sometime after 10:30 to Scanner Radio. Went live later. Decided to go live because I thought there were in progress mandatory evacuations, but it was as soon as I began listening to the Scanner Radio, I found out that the firefighters were complaining, in a gentle way, that both times they just said evacuation warning, and but twice came down the pipe as mandatory evacuation. Yeah, Draguda says it started closer to 9:12. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that update. Looks like watch duty reported it around 9:30. Great, thank you for that update. And how are you, by the way? Are you local? How'd you find us? Hit the like button, everybody who's here. It'll just help me rebuild the channel. I haven't been live very much since the last big fire, which is December. So when you take a break from YouTube, the algorithm slaughters you and absolutely punishes a content creator, which is what we're called. Because YouTube wants you to stream something every day or post something every day. When you take a week off, it's bad. When you take a month off, it's really bad. When you take several months off, you have your own personal problems. Like wintertime is usually when I catch up on my personal affairs and I get behind it. It slaughters you. YouTube unsubscribes 30 people a week to my channel. And so we are always desperate to get people to resub. So YouTube, a lot of people have noticed this about their channels. If you just don't go live for a week, you just get minus amount of subs. A lot of people have said, "Oh my God, I thought I was subbed to you. I found you again. I thought you went offline." And I'm like, "No, I've been here." And they're like, "But I found I was unsubbed. I didn't do it." Well, that's YouTube doing it. Now, I've done some research, in YouTube's explanation to us creators is they are unsubscribing fake accounts. And sometimes they ban accounts from YouTube, and that explains it. That you're always losing a subscriber base. I just made the horse sound with my lips when horses are skeptical of something, because I don't believe that. I believe it's just content creator pressure. Pressure to perform, pressure to deliver. And if you don't, we punish you, because YouTube is still in the mindset that it's an entertainment channel, when in reality it's not. Most YouTube videos that are successful, most YouTube channels, are actually how-to videos and education. Most people that go to YouTube like looking for something or looking for an answer to a problem. How do I put the table legs on my table? How do I clean? How do I clean? What my last YouTube query was, how do I clean my stupid drip tray? And it's the drip tray of shame from my toaster oven. It's got like solid crude oil looking grease at the bottom. Don't judge me. And I have no idea how to get it off, because I put it in the dishwasher and it came out just as dirty. So, but YouTube thinks, and its algorithms are designed. Oh God. Okay, that's not related. The medical calls are pretty gruesome. Okay. So the algorithms are medieval, and I understand that YouTube wants to partner, because YouTube makes money off of your back by showing ads. That's the old meta. Meta means the way things are done. That's the old meta. YouTube changed, and YouTube didn't notice. They don't even have a category for what I do, which is public service. That doesn't exist. So I choose news and politics. So in my own category, news and politics, if you don't go live every day or upload every day, you're pretty bad at your job if you're in the business of news and politics. So they punish you. And you are no longer at the top of the search engines. And so what the most frustrating search results. The most frustrating thing is people will specifically type in Reno, Sullivan fire, and everything that I'm covering, they won't find me. They'll find everybody else first. So it's based on subscriber count. So if
Captain Brown, Ed, what's up, moving?
okay, that's the manhunt. I think they were talking about moving around from this road to that road. They're still trying to find the blood trail of the humans that fought each other by the river. I wonder if it's a murder, honestly. Because if there's a large amount of blood and a blood trail, but there's no body and there's no injured person asking for help nearby, then was somebody just murdered and put in the trunk? Anyway, they got dogs out. Cheryl says try using baking soda and vinegar and salt for your pan, and it won't fit in any of my big cooking pots. I've heard that. So the drip tray's got like a little, it's got like a little indentation. And I thought, well, is it safe to put it straight on the burner? And if I use oven mitts, you know, you put the baking soda and the lemon juice and stuff on there, and you're supposed to warm it up, and it doesn't fit in a cooking pot. But that just sounds all kinds of sketchy. So I'm going to try to dig into my storage unit and find my steam cleaner. That's got to be a good. But I'll scrub it if I have to. But my arthritic condition is not good for scrubbing. Crimson, hey, welcome. Says algorithms are the worst. I'm monetized on Facebook and have thousands of followers, and my reach has been horrendous over the past 2 years. Yeah, it's because what Facebook's model has been for a long time, and me helping real estate agents, mostly with boomers. I tried to tell them like how to boost their listings. You know, they list a house for sale or whatnot. Sorry, when I didn't realize I left. Let's go back to a live cam. Let's duplicate that. First of all, algorithms change. They used to be showing people the content they wanted to see. And now they changed to trending content about 3 or 4 years ago. That's when everybody started saying, hit the like and subscribe button. And that has been the worst thing ever for just truly low-key, down-to-earth, no clickbait reporting type channels and non-exciting content, you know, like, non-exciting, like, you know, if somebody goes live and there's an eruption in their backyard in the Philippines and there's a volcano behind them, yes, that's very exciting. That's going to go viral. But what Facebook had as a model from the get-go, especially for things like real estate and advertising, was pay for play. Pay to boost your ranking. You will get, and Facebook does pinpoint delivery to people's feeds, right? Facebook knows everything about you. So if there's a house for sale in your neighborhood, you're going to see that. It's because it's your neighborhood. And especially if the agent pays to boost it. And this could be hundreds of dollars. YouTube just copied that and said, if you want to boost your own YouTube channel, you've got to pay to boost it. So currently, well, before this change, and somewhat applies to now, what was trending is 2 ways to be at the top of the search engine. And it's no longer like, does somebody want to find this? Like if somebody puts in Sullivan fire, it might be something totally random, a different wildfire, right? But for those who are looking for the specific Sullivan fire tonight, for example, even if a news crew goes live for 2 minutes and just says, wow, there's fire up there, more at 11. That is going to be at the top of the search results, even though it's not what people are looking for, which is fresh information. Evacuation information. You have to type in the word evacuation. It's going to be some random news because the algorithm works like this, is how many viewers and subs does the channel have? I cannot compete with a news organization. They have millions of subs. What the?
To stab the RP, still getting further from the call taker. 21 Locust, the renowned medical office building, gonna be in front.
What? Oh man, I wish I didn't talk over that. What caught my ear was somebody with a knife threatening to stab folks. Reno's dangerous. I'm just getting this impression. It used to be the biggest little city in the world with hardly any crime.
7793 supplemental saying the female's walking away on foot towards the Riverwood Apartments. She's going to be last at Jenkins, first of Alicia, black female, 23 years, 5'5" to 5'8", thin build.
All right, I'm going to mute that for privacy. Oh, I shouldn't have muted that. That was hilarious. Oh no, I shouldn't have muted that. Oh my gosh. Black female wearing a pink bonnet and no other clothing. Oh. Okay, all right. What is it with the shirtless, shoeless, and pantless, clothingless people tonight? Threatening others. Oh, okay, I'm just going to blame Flocka, the new bath salts-like drug. It sounds like it's taken over Reno, friends. Crimson says, it's so true. When I found your channel earlier tonight, I kept finding old videos about other fires that happened years ago. Yes, exactly. So YouTube doesn't understand that it changed, that its own viewership base changed, and it's wondering why it's failing and losing content to TikTok and other things. It's because they don't understand what the hell's going on. When people say wildfire tracking live, you know that on YouTube you've got to go to the filter area. Here, I'll show you. This is the way to find an actual live stream. Here's YouTube. Okay, my own channel thing going on right now. But what you do is you look for like live wildfire track.
The RP will be standing by in his vehicle. He'll be parked on Locust in a gold 2005 Mercedes. And nothing further.
I want a gold Mercedes. And mute that. So see, 12 years ago, you're right. It says 12 years ago, the Reno wildfire, 10,000 residents evacuated. It's 12. I just said the word live. The stupidness of the search. Google, you're a search company. What is wrong with you? You should understand that people want live. Live means right now. The next thing Cal runs for cover is massive hailstorm pelts a Texas backyard. What in the God's name is that doing here? But you see, it has 10 million views. Fox weather. Okay, here's the next thing. Wildfire awareness, City of Reno Fire Department from 3 years ago. Here's how you actually find a live channel. Up here it says filters. Sorry I can't zoom on that, but it does. And once you hit this little small button that says filters, you can go features live. You see this? Sorry, this is tiny. I can't. Okay, hey, hang on. Let me make the screen bigger. I could try this with my. Shoot, how do I zoom? It's going to screw up my window. Okay, let's make the entire window bigger. Maybe I can. Can't make the window bigger. All right, transform. Flip. Nope. Okay, let's see how I make it bigger. There's no zoom button. Stretch. Rotate.
Not about $400.
What?
Copy. She's told by somebody named Irish that somebody jumped off the bridge by the courthouse at about over $100.
Holy crap.
We know their info and we're still moving west on the southwest.
Okay, I'm sorry, friends. I can't make that bigger. But if you hit the filter button, it says live right there.
Copy. 123 right now.
Boom, there we are. You actually have to take some steps. You can't just type in live.
Need you to enter right now for number 130, please.
I'm the only one right now. But did you see the ancient content on there? You got to use these filters. You can filter by 4K video, HD, location. Then it says sort by relevance, and you have to hit like upload date if you want anything like related to the wildfires that are currently happening this year. You can sort by duration. When was it uploaded? Lives are not uploaded really, but you know what I'm saying. And that's what you do. So it's like I have to make instructional videos about how people can even find me, even if they're doing everything right. This is doing everything right, saying live wildfire tracking in Reno, but you Google the renowned search company is absolutely ridiculous. And I wanted to say the other R word. It's not politically correct anymore. Because it's just demented. Like it's demented. Like, do you guys understand that if people go on YouTube and can't find what they're looking for, they don't stay on YouTube, they go somewhere else? You have one job, and that is connect people with what they want to see. You're failing on a basic level. Somebody says live, apply that live filter for them already, for God's sake. You can't even go into your own playlist and saved videos and search your own saved videos. You're a search company, too. Quit doing weird new stuff, adding weird new features to YouTube, and fix the old ones. Like, for the love of, I need to take over. Not just the government, but YouTube, because it's just idiots. It's idiocy. It's idiocy. Okay, going back, Crimson. Okay. Oh, Irvin, hi. Sorry, I missed you. Welcome. I was going to hopefully log off, but I'm riveted to the crazy crime drama that's now happening. I'll show you guys the initial fire. It's looking great. Like there are two fires today in Reno. Here's the first.
One book, RTS, and I'll be in route south of 44.
Yesterday. This is the. That's the trail fire. I was asleep with my toothache. I wake up at 9:30 just for another one to have just started. So the night will fall. Trail fire seems like it's mostly a done deal. But then another fire starts. Same kind of situation in grass, races up a hill. But this time threatening some pretty ritzy neighborhoods and a pretty nice looking high school. The SPARKS area. So here it is. Breaks out 9:15-ish. 9:30, watch duty reports it. And I'm so dang busy right now. And well, I wanted to do some counting tonight and then set up a website. But Sarah Luna.
41, watch the radio.
10-204.
10-4, 191, watch the radio check.
Sarah Luna alerted me to the fact that it went mandatory evacuation. But here's a kicker. It didn't. It was just falsely reported twice. At the evacuation, warning was in order. So, yeah, Urban, thank you for sending me info. I didn't hit the message button on Twitter because I didn't want private messages to show up, and I was streaming that window. And Sarah Luna and I and others here, like Wine Country, is still here. We're just discussing the way that people can reach me better, because email is not a good way. Neither is Twitter, X, whatever it's called now. My phone is, with the update to One UI 6, the Samsung, is in that awkward space where they just updated Android, but a lot of the individual apps are not updated for the new Android, so they're not functioning well at the moment. So Sarah Luna and I were discussing the alternatives, where I want everybody to be able to get a hold of me and my mods and each other. So the truly fire-affected people could talk to each other in their own little room about their own fire with voice and typing. And everybody can submit, even anonymously perhaps, photographs, videos, and keep us all informed. And anybody can get a hold of me like that. And it has to be one place where people message me. I cannot check. I just do not have the ability to monitor Twitter, Facebook, messaging, emails, chat at the same time when there's multiple fires. Discord is out because it's too hard to learn. The majority of my viewers are over the age of 56 because that's the majority of the population live in the worst fire zones. So while the youth could definitely master Discord immediately, I've given up on even training my mods. So Urban says, oh, Charles says I had 2 root canals. Oh no, you have 2 to get done tomorrow? I'm so sorry. So if anybody has suggestions, currently looking at Microsoft Teams and Slack. I haven't used either, only used Discord. But there's some competitor. What was it? I was going to ask if anybody's had experience with it, because I'm looking for feedback. So let's see here. There was one I never heard of, but sounded intriguing. Let me look at it. It's called. I'm googling the Discord alternative. Okay, that's a. He said it was an alarm. It sounds like somebody's security alarm. It doesn't sound like fire alarm. This is the way the fire was earlier, but look how nice it looks now. What a difference some hours make. It raced up a hill, but thank God the grass is pretty knee-high. Looking at. Okay, the alarm company called back to cancel. That sounds great. So look how small. Look how short the grass is. That's awesome. Either they pre-grazed, pre-burned. You know. I mean, there are some oily bushes and stuff, and some things did cause spot fires, but we've got great road access. I think they dropped the evacuation even warnings. This would be a totally different story if this was waist high to nipple high grass, you know. So looks like they did a great job with that. That's courtesy Turkey Meadows Fire and Rescue. So we're watching the live cam still. This is our current situation. So what was the Discord alternative? I'm going to rule out TeamSpeak and Mumble. That sounds stuff like it's for games. Skype is dead. Google Chat is, I think it's dead. Telegram, Sarah and I just tried to connect on it, and even though we both have it, all it says is please invite each other. So we just ruled that out. Wow, some of these are extremely old, like Ventrilo. Whoa. Wow, that's ancient. Didn't know that was still around. But that's for voice only. So, I don't believe WhatsApp has what we were looking for. Let's see. Sponsored content. What was the alternative? There's a new one that looked honestly too good to be true almost. And it was a window I had to close earlier. Not Rumble. Rumble's a streaming platform. I'm talking about a message sending and file uploading platform that teams use. And so we would invite the general public to be at the lowest level of security. The mods, of course, have higher levels of access and security with me on the top because it's my thing. Hang on. As far as moderation powers go. And once people are kind of approved to talk, we would have these little rooms that are the individual fires that are going on. And this is where the people who are affected by the fires could talk privately to each other or publicly. People can upload videos, pictures, new information. And me, mods, and everybody would be plugged into it. It has to be available for phones and desktops. So, because if I can only monitor one thing, everything's going to be a lot better. So the second thing we're talking about is setting up an actual website. I was going to create the website prototype tonight, but this fire broke out. That's the story of my life. So I did reserve some URLs. I'm listening to dispatch, nothing really happening. So that would be the idea. I want people to connect people with each other. I remember there were tons of people that said, I have a farm, ranch, or a place to stay for somebody evacuating, and their horses. And they're like, can I get my telephone on chat? And I'm like, no, don't do that. That's not good. But we didn't have a place for them to connect to each other. So this is the idea. Discord is perfect, but it's too hard to learn. Irvin says I contacted Atlas Shelter Survivals, and they do want to be a source of info on shelter place options. We'd love to hear from you. Yeah, I'm so sorry. If my tooth didn't break apart and I wasn't sick for 2 weeks. Hang on, I'm listening to chat to Scanner. Hang on. Somebody had a report of somebody jumping off of a bridge. But then earlier there's a report of somebody being pushed off a bridge potentially. And then a tremendous amount of blood being found by the river. Don't ask me where this all occurred.
5 morning, 10:41 10.
So I'm awake.
Tom, 225 morning.
Because I find it cool to brainstorm with you guys, but also this crime is like a unfolding drama. Yeah, I'm sorry, Urban. I meant to get back to you and others. But I've had some tremendous behind-the-scenes problems with sick and gravely ill family members and friends too. And I am not able to handle all of my affairs, like even very, very critical ones right now. I just spend every waking hour on trying to wrap up the weird audit thing that I experienced, and a variety of other just random minutia personal problems. I have not caught up with my own personal affairs since this time last year. Firestream went from June to December 15th. Fire season did last year, and I didn't even break even covering it. So, I mean, I understand a lot of people's income is pretty bad right now compared to prices. And none of these fires made really big headline news last year, so we didn't get the viewership. But I'm in a hell kind of a situation. I don't know, we should coin a term for it, where you have above 10,000 subscribers but below 25. So you get all the bad things that come around with fame, like spam, scams, stalkers, and weirdos. And some income, but not enough to make a living until you hit 25,000 subscribers. And then you can have your own YouTube store. And then YouTube.
From the bedroom, and she's armed with a 10-32 handgun.
Holy crap.
She's advising it is in her walker. 303 Aristocrat Way.
Okay. Okay, Reno. Is it a full moon? Okay, all units respond to a potential break-in burglary. Caller says that someone is trying to remove her screen off of her window, and she is armed with a blah 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 gun, and the gun is in her walker. Okay. So, yeah. So tomorrow I'm going to be totally sedated on laughing gas. I better not go live.
On March 18th, it was a TPO with removal.
Hang on. I'll be high as a kite, frankly. Today, actually, it's in a few hours. Today, I have an emergency dental appointment. I still have a fever. So part of why I've been sick last couple of weeks was this tooth was going downhill, and I didn't know about it. I mean, I had sensitivity. I didn't understand. that it was fracturing. There was a temporary filling on it that
Sam 60, you can secure 32. He's got J4.
collapsed. Yeah, I'm feeling hot to myself. There's no use sleeping. I woke up at 9 p.m. What the heck was I talking about? Okay, yes, unless you have 25,000 viewers, you really are in this horrible hell where it's harder to make a living than if you have fewer than 10. I have this personal theory that YouTube promotes up-and-coming channels a lot that are gathering a lot of momentum. That's the way we went viral suddenly. We went from 16 viewers to 1,600 to 16,000 in a single day during the 2020 glass fire. Just because somebody shared me in a forum regarding that fire. And that just was instant viral success. But my channel faces a hardship where YouTube thinks everybody is here to be an entertainment business. So when people have their fire end, like the Dixie and Caldor, where we got up to 12,000 plus people subbed, 16 maybe, can't remember. We had 6,000 people unsubscribe pretty rapidly. So what YouTube algorithm thinks happens is that you offended people. Well,
I will find out.
Right, the cops are there. They're asking if the burglary suspects are still trying to break in. I did not offend people.
Red frequency assignment, medical emergency. Responder 1134 University Ridge Drive, District 2, Medic 2.
I'm gonna meet that. Hey, Lady Bird, how are you? How long have you been here? It's good to see you.
RP's advising nothing else was seen or heard. She is not expecting anybody. She lives alone. 2 dogs are inside the residence, which are blocked off in the kitchen. And she is advising that the small handgun is in her walker and it's difficult to pull the trigger for her.
Oh, man.
Line further.
Somebody's trying to break into a disabled lady's house to rob her. I'm glad she's packing heat.
Guys, go Virginia. Ramp's close.
Dang. Dang. You got to.
When you're available.
You got to in America. It's still the Wild West. The foreign viewers
I'm at 30 also.
don't understand.
Copy. You can 22 the 6349 request.
The kind of organized crime and drug problems we have out here, and etc. So, what the heck was I talking about? Yeah, the trough. So if you have like about 5,000-6,000 viewers, I think that YouTube promotes you. I sailed to success just because somebody shared a link and was providing a good service for people. And then you get to any point where anybody's unsubscribes, like we had 6,000 people unsubscribe after the Dixie and Caldor fires were over. It's just because they didn't want to hear more about fires. That's okay. I have a million thank yous, many of which I just found. I feel so terrible I didn't reply. I tried to deal with the tremendous amount of Gmail incoming spam and letters and stuff that just overwhelmed the inbox. I thought I was doing clever filtering. What I did was screw up, and I just found hundreds of emails. Most of them, thank you. Some of them are like actual people needing help and have questions. And I'm mortified because it put Gmail made folders and subfolders and does not have what do you call that? The things the little, like, you know, if you have 12 new emails, you get a number 12. All that was blank. I just went in there to try to clean out some of the spam. I get fake offers all the time, every day. We would like to offer you a sponsorship with everything from HelloFresh to whatever, and these are almost 99% fake. I'm always flooded with all kinds of. All right, cops are checking the area. I think the burglar is gone. I hope that lady's safe. What scum of the earth to try to burglarize or home invasion robbery a disabled woman who can barely pull a trigger. Barely pull a trigger. But I bet she could if she had to. Just scum of the earth. Somebody today was threatening people with sticks, shirtless and shoeless, and somebody tried to push people off a bridge into the Truckee River. And it may have been successful. Then there's a wrong way driver on the freeways. This is what I stayed up also to talk to you guys. So anyway, the point is that when you have in between 10 and fewer than 25,000 subscribers, you can't really make a living off of YouTube, but you get the worst of being semi-famous, like the crazy people, stalkers and whatnot. So we have to have a subscription goal of 25,000 subs. I don't know how we're going to attain this. But once we get that, we can have our own store. And finally, we can sell t-shirts for not only support my channel, but like I want people to have shirts and hoodies and probably wear them around that says, I support the Paradise victims or the Caldor victims or, survivors, I should say, because I want like to make it so that, 75% of the proceeds go to helping them, when you buy certain shirts, and then mugs and whatever can go to helping me survive, or we can do a split. I mean, help my channel survive and help victims or whatever, but I can't have my own store without it. Second thing that YouTube did that I got excited about, I don't want to go with ads. I don't. This is not appropriate for like Manscaped ads to be playing during a crisis. I'm so against ads. Whenever you guys donate, you're helping us keep ad free. It's getting harder and harder though. I just don't want Manscaped, which is about pubic hair trimming. Honestly, what it's about. I do not want that anywhere near my damn channel, but I can't control what plays, or Sasquatch soap, or any of these other stupid things. When people have their landscape burning around them and they need to find out where to evacuate, I'm offended by half these commercials myself. It's not right. Not right. So, but that's what will happen if I hit the monetize button. You can monetize at 10,000 subs, but you can't have the store and sell t-shirts for fire victims until you hit 25,000. So we'll need a subscriber goal. Hopefully we'll reach that. We could do a good word of mouth campaign to, go into forums, maybe even posters, maybe even just, especially the rural counties that are affected by wildfire. I thought about making posters that say, the channel exists. Here's a QR code, subscribe, and we'll go live to cover your county, when a crisis happens. And maybe the postmaster will put that in the post office wall, because that's one of the few places that exist as a business in small communities. Small communities ever increasingly have no doctor in town, no pharmacy, no grocery store, but they still have a post office usually. Let's listen.
I think to get further related to the prior, there was a TPO with removal, and she's saying that her son is not allowed at this residence anymore, and she does not believe it's him because he lives in Clarkston with his girlfriend. She is currently located in the kitchen, and that was about 5 ago.
What? She said it was info about a fire. Yeah. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much, Urban. Oh shoot, I was in the middle of a conversation a long time ago with Cheryl when I totally forgot to end it because we had this chaos coming over with scanner radio. But Cheryl was saying you're awesome, Urban. Thank you for being one of the core supporters and one of the most reliable mods here. We appreciate you so much. You trying to get sponsors too? It's awesome, and I can't wait to do promote fire shelters. And if we can get a sponsorship deal, I think that's awesome. So I'm very eager to learn about that, and I will be getting back to them super soon. anything that helps people shelter in place, I think, is increasingly what people need. Any more death trap neighborhoods are allowed to be designed. When there's one or two ways out, all it takes is one or two car accidents or one tree falling over the escape route for everybody to be screwed. And most people die in their cars in these wildfires that, well, have a car. They have chosen to leave after the window of opportunity to leave has ended. Okay, I'm still listening to dispatch. So, but let me get some of my life chaos fixed. I still have people that I need to reply to from last summer, and I am working frantically to get it done. Being audited, I mean, it's a soft audit. Don't ask me for the details. It's just, I use the word soft audit when the government screws up and not you. It's not a hard one. Like, they're not being totally evil. But until I can prove that I'm not a YouTube millionaire, because YouTube accidentally told them I was. I mean, I'm exaggerating millionaire, but you know. What I can gather, the wrong 1099 was issued. The IRS went, huh? And even though YouTube corrected the situation, they were still like, hey, you have financial records to back this up, right? Yeah, I did. So anyway, I'm wrapping that up. It's been one of those tremendously horrible experiences to just nonstop be on the phone with the government. And try to rectify a situation. So it's almost like being audited, a victim of identity theft, and at the same time, the brain dead amount of correspondence is. I understand now what people are saying. Was it almost 5 a.m.? Still have 40 viewers, man. Shout out, say who you are. And thank you so much for your kind donations, everybody who has. And I'm not kidding, when a dollar matters. At this point, like we've had 629 views. Average viewer duration is good at a solid 16 minutes. That's actually higher than average. Many people show up, get their information, and go back to sleep, especially for an all-nighter stream. That's a good sign. That's channel health right there. That we're providing good service. I dare say maybe some people fell asleep with the channel open, and maybe that's skewing the statistics, but I'll take it. What's this?
A-firm.
Advisors, deputies are making first.
Okay, that's a little bit low volume for me to understand what that cop is saying.
In the backyard, garage is locked.
There's a large shed in the backyard, okay. We have dawn in Nevada, don't we? Or is it pre-dawn? Is it pre-dawn? I don't know, my curtains are shut. What is the opposite of civil twilight? What's morning light right before dawn? What's that called? My fear is affecting me, and I should probably get back to finishing up accounting stuff. Does anybody have questions about the actual fire? I think they did an awesome job. They'll probably declare. They never did declare. They never did declare forward progress stopped. Last thing they ever heard was evacuation orders lifted. Well, there never were any. Mostly a grassy hill burnt. Cops are surrounding the property thinking that the burglar that was trying to rip off the old lady in the walker was still around. Let's listen to that.
Charles 116.
All the way down to about Lake, and they're going to continue checking all the way to Sutro. But I'll be out at the main on Central Sub on 44.
We never found out if the wrong way driver on one of the major highways was ever apprehended. were caught. We never found out what happened with the human blood trail coming from the river. We could check the news. That sounds almost like a murder occurred.
She's certain that the ship back there is locked.
Reno is
It's not locked.
much more dangerous place than it used to be. Cheryl says, there's a guy who built an underground tunnel for emergencies for his wife he lives in a real wheelchair.
We copy. We're holding our position over here.
I wonder if it's like a SWAT team. They didn't say SWAT, but
Only 110 today.
Burglar never made it indoors.
Only 110.
I think it's probably just police. But apparently screen removal was taking place when the old lady packing heat called 911. Yeah, you know, digging a small tunnel into a hillside is actually a great idea for...
No alleged entry in the main building, but we do have consent to search the rest of the property.
Yeah, they're searching the rest of the property. Okay, I'm gonna mute that unless somebody jumps out of the bushes at them. I bet that burglar is long gone. You know, if I was an old lady packing heat, I would be like, yo, burglar, I'm an old lady packing heat. Just try me. I've already called 911. I bet that's enough to scare most, get them away. Best use of a firearm is as a deterrent that never leaves your pocket. And you know what? If I was an old lady not packing heat, I'd still say I was. Okay. Cheryl says there's a guy who built an underground tunnel for emergencies for his wife who lives in a wheelchair, jerry-rig everything. So why aren't more people building their own tunnels to get away from fires down there? Well, a lot of people don't understand that's a decent fire shelter. Culverts underneath bridges are very good. Wet culverts, perfect, especially pretty long. There's an issue of the tunnel being long enough. It's difficult to do that without it collapsing. It's dangerous construction. Cops are reporting their search. I would say the difficulty with construction of any sort of a tunnel thing. The putting a door on it is also another level of difficulty. It would have to be very long for you to shelter in it comfortably without a door being in place, but people have taken refuge in old mines, like during Paradise. Cops are pushing forward, but towards an empty yard probably. So the actual tunneling, you would have to timber, which means put wood supports, you know, the traditional T shape, you know, like you see a mine tunnel. Great, yeah, I'd love to interview him, Cheryl. It's a different YouTuber, sweet. I'm gonna search a box truck. It has an entrance to the rear. I bet they're gonna find sleeping homeless people inside. A lot of the homeless sleep in vehicles, and they rent U-Hauls for a month to live in, or buy old ones. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Use steel. Yeah, you could buy. So it's very in the worst wildfires, and depending on your situation, you could just be accidentally creating an oven for yourself to roast in. Steel. Somebody asked me once, can I buy an old container, ship container thing, like an old, you know, I mean, you just Google one, shipping container, so that people understand exactly what I'm talking about. Can I buy an old one? And you could get some for less than $1,000. Sometimes there's super rusty ones you could get for $500. It's basically their scrap. Well, back in the day before scrap steel was worth more. It's worth more now because of the wars going on. metal prices and scrap are inverse to the dollar generally. So usually dollar value goes down when a war is on because they're printing money to support the war, inflation, blah, blah, blah. So scrap metal prices go up. Everything metal related, including electronics, goes up during war times like we're in now. But this type of shipping container, if you are in a harbor area, sometimes they can be very cheap because the ships can be unstable if they transport empties. So sometimes when there's a trade deficit, they leave with different types of cargo, and these things stack up in the port, and sometimes they just auction them off. So somebody told me
apparently there were 2 subjects down on the ground. The RP's not sure what the circumstances were. It looks like we also have runs on fire responding from the Lucky Motel, 1011 East 4th.
yeah, sorry, somebody was 911 caller was flagged down because there were 2 people on the ground. Asked to call 911. That's weird. Anyway, yeah, a shipping container can be a great fire shelter. I've seen Bob Fine and others who were affected by the CalTopo fire. I had a tour of their homemade shipping container shelter, and it was awesome. But there's one thing about it: it's underground. You have to pile dirt all over it. The main doors, you should probably insulate. I don't remember if he had done that, but all around it, dirt. Because out in the open, it's an oven for you to die in. So you really have to have your backhoes and stuff ready, and you have to pile enough dirt on it for it to be cool and comfortable, but not enough dirt to collapse the thing on you. So the success story with a shelter like this was a wooden cabin survived the worst of the CalTopo, and I mean the worst. Where it started, it came from a very, very steep, deep canyon, and the wind hit it, and the fire that was small and burning for a couple days just went whoosh, climbed vertically over and out of this steep canyon north, and this cabin was on the ridge, directly in the fury, like the dragon's breath fury of one of the worst wildfires in Western history, period. So the homeowner of the cabin evacuated. It's a wooden cabin after all. It's just a wooden log cabin. However, this fire shelter was within spitting distance of the wooden cabin. And so the firefighters remained to save the cabin because they had a place to retreat to save their own lives. That's the value of this beyond, this one's what, $2,700? That's the value beyond it, is are the firefighters going to choose to stay? So back in there for the firefighter comfort, they had jugs of water and they had food supplies. It had just amount of dirt to protect them from the heat. It stayed cool during the wildfire. It had just amount of perfect everything. It had been groomed to be that way. There were vehicles back in there too, but mostly safe place for people with food and water. And what wildfires do when they're raging, when they're at their worst, when they're moving fast, is they move past you very quickly too if you shelter in place. The worst of it will be over, like in an hour or two. And then you'll crawl out to a wasteland, with some trees on fire and whatnot, but usually the ground vegetation, the bushes and stuff are gone. The buildings are down to rubble and foundations probably. Because we're talking about the raging ones, crazy. In high winds, fuels burn faster. So like if you had a tree on fire without winds, it might just burn for days, like a really big tree. But during the crisis, oh God, the wildfire it's taking off and running. The fiercer the wind, the faster everything burns up. So you may not have to shelter for too long if it's actually more fierce than usual. I hope I'm making sense. I have a fever. So, yeah. Hey, Michael Jones, how you doing? Welcome back, Batman. So, how are you doing? So, yeah, Michael Jones says if his area actually gets hit with a forest fire, then yeah, he basically has built another. Right. So, this is a standard, normal. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Shipping container. It'll make great fire shelter, but you gotta have some expertise. For one, work with your local fire department and ask them if that's a good idea. It has to be close enough to the dwelling, because what happened with this situation with the log cabin is they wet it down. The firefighters did. They soaked the cabin. They were inside of it. They got nervous. There was very little time to evacuate, but the locals, who lived in the log cabin, had been eyeing the Caldor fires start and could see it, from their vantage point, nervously. And so when the winds picked up that night and it just screamed over the canyon, I was live. People said Grizzly Flats. Oh my God! I didn't know that they were talking about a new fire. I thought it was the Dixie Fire because there's a Grizzly Flats in Plumas County. I had no idea it was El Dorado County. But it moved so fast that the firefighters wanted to leave. Most of them abandoned that ridge because there was no getting in front of it. It was a raging wall of fire monster. The animals did not survive. I went to that location and there were bone piles, more than I could count. The animals ran up the hill, got caught by the fire, and incinerated. Everything from, I found owl skeletons to birds to squirrels to lots of deer, everything. So the animals that could run that fast, like deer, did not escape. It just went tremendously quick. So the firefighters went down the log cabin, and they were assured, though, of their own safety because they self-inspected this fire shelter. And they knew that if the trees around the cabin went up and some of the other vegetation around the cabin went up, and that's when flaming tree parts fall on you. And eventually the tree will probably fall if it has any weakness, like if it has any hollow cavity, it'll probably shatter apart and fall too. You never know. They had the confidence to stick around. They wetted the cabin, and just when the wall of flames hit, they went into the fire shelter and shut the door. I don't remember how many fires were in there, but they rode out the Caldor in a shipping container in dirt. The doors were not buried, just the other sides, top, sides, rear. Not very deep either. You don't need too much dirt for this. And eventually, they opened the door, and they saw that part of the cabin was kind of catching, and they went, psh, and because it was mostly wet, they were all right. One thing about the cabin, to explain why it survived, it has no soffit vents to the attic. It was a log cabin. That's played a tremendous factor in its survival. Can't even see the fire in Reno. Check it out. This is a live view. Now we know this is kind of breaking news to most people, that after doing a whole bunch of tests in the laboratory in warehouses that had, I don't know who conducted the test, I should look, that most of the homes lost in wildfires, it's not because the fire went up to it and it burned from the bottom up. It's not what we assumed. It's not because something landed on the roof on fire. It's not because bushes underneath the roof eaves caught fire. It's actually embers that are flying through the air. Little bits of things on fire, like little tiny twigs and stuff, that the wind picks up, and these embers, they have a tendency to go like this, like they go up, and then they curl underneath the roof. They hit the wall, and here's the wall of the house. They hit it, and the wind drives it up, and it does this. The ember hits the wall of the house, goes up vertically, follows the wall, and does this. But here's the roof, right? The roof is like this T shape, so it gets stuck where the roof meets the wall. That's usually where the vent is to the attic, the little air vent. If you've seen like 3 little round holes with a mesh screen, that's the soffit vent. In fact, let me just show you what I'm talking about. It can be sometimes round, sometimes they're square. But here is what they look like. So you got an idea. Because here's a great. Let's see if we can make this one bigger. Oh, I don't want to go to the website. I just want to go click on the image. Can the image get bigger? That's no, not print. Zoom. Obey me. Come on, website. Obey me. Shift plus, Control plus. There we go. It doesn't get bigger. Okay, I hope you guys see that. The embers go in there, and if your mesh is not fine enough or the screen has a hole, that's where it gets in, and the attic is lit from the inside out. That's how the majority of structures are lost in a fire. This is how Lahaina in Hawaii burned down. I'd put everything I owned on it because the one house that survived had just gotten a new roof. Its soffit vents were absolutely fine meshed. It also had no vegetation right up against it to catch fire and burn. But the homeowners were not there. They weren't pouring water on it. Nobody was manning it. But the one survival house in Lahaina that had a shiny new roof had just been re-roofed. So there was no breach in their screens. And now, if you have any of these, what the best way to fireproof your house right now to do is 2 things. Get up on a ladder and buy fine mesh screen from the hardware store, and a staple gun is going to be the best friend. Just staple over the top of your soffit vent. Make sure that's closed up. The second thing, the best way to protect your home is your dryer vent. Clean the damn thing, clean it out, get it professionally cleaned out. I believe that a lot of homes are burning down because their dryer vents are full of lint, and most of them don't have a good enough mesh to keep an ember out, and so the embers are going to start the lint fire. That's going to travel the length and end up in your bathroom or wherever your washer and laundry room is. Because I've been watching dryer vent cleaning videos on YouTube, and I have an epiphany, and I'm going to make a video about this. But lint is the most flammable thing ever. It's every synthetic piece of shirt that we wear, like fake fur and nylon, and most things are fake these days. Everything but wool, including your cotton shirts, whatever. When the lint goes into the dryer vent area, even if you're very consistent and pull the screen, I found out there's a design flaw in most dryers manufactured and sold in the United States, where lint still builds up in the dryer, no matter how often you clean the screen diligently after every wash. And the lint will build up first in the laundry and then get into the tube, and it will fill up the vent. So I hope this will be fair use. Let me just show you guys what the hell I'm talking about. Any lint cleaning video. Inspect. Yep, this is called a fire hazard right here. And here's a guy on the roof. This is perfect. I'll ask permission later. Whoops. Mute it. This is the amount of buildup in most people's dryer vents that they have no idea. Bugs and spiders go in there too, which is horrible. Especially if you have pets. Pet hair is going in there. It's all flammable. Tremendously flammable. Like insanely flammable. So here's the outside. The vent has to go somewhere outside, and you could see that's not a good vent. That's not a good mesh. You could stick your finger. You could stick your finger through, well, at least a small person like me could stick their finger through the grid right here. Hope you guys can see that. On the left side, you see that vent? That keeps birds out. That's what most of these meshes are for. It's not going to keep out the embers. And look as he pulls off this little thing. That is an incredibly flammable ball of lint right there. You want to start a fire in your fireplace? That's all you need. A handful this big of dryer lint. The flames will be 3 foot high in your fireplace if you put that in your fireplace and lit it on fire. Cheryl says, here's an idea. You could sell fire safety gear and first aid kits, things like fire blankets to stop a stove-type fire. You know what? It's a great idea. I don't know if I want to sell them personally, but I could use the affiliate links. I wanted to, all winter, test out fire safety gear to see if I endorsed it or not and work with the local fire department. Like, I want to show people how to protect their homes from burning down, because structure fires are actually one of the main causes of accidental death in the United States and the Western world generally. It's because while other accidents are becoming less deadly, because safety regulations keep updating for vehicles and any other kind of accident, safety regulations for fire are basically static. They're dead. They're not updating. And I'm absolutely horrified to come to find out that things we thought were over and done with, such as aluminum wiring in homes. I mean, in the 70s, we found out that that was a bad idea because it kept burning down homes, and then it got banned in most places because aluminum, anytime you turn your lights on or your heater, aluminum expands when it gets hot and it contracts when it's cool again. So it throws off of its insulation. So it's a terrible idea for electrical wiring to be aluminum for most applications, but there are loopholes, like you'll still find sometimes a microwave has aluminum wiring. But here, I started watching Home Inspector, a place in Arizona or New Mexico, and he found an entire neighborhood that was built with aluminum wiring, and he showed that the breaker had the aluminum wires were attached to things, but sure enough, the insulation had shrunk and peeled back away, and it was like 2 to 3 solid inches of bare aluminum at the breaker box before the insulation started. It's just astonishing. So it looks like some fire codes have been repealed, like rolled back. The second thing that horrifies me is polyurethane spray-on foam insulation is legal to put in a home and into structures. That's the most flammable thing that you could possibly ever devise. If you've ever seen the Station nightclub fire that burned up in Rhode Island, the nightclub fire, that was the polyurethane foam soundproofing that caught fire with their pyrotechnics and killed so many people and burned down the place quickly. Same with nightclubs around the world. It's that polyurethane foam as soundproofing. And what's really sad is there's fireproof soundproofing, which is called rock wool or mineral wool, which is it's great insulation for your house, your attic and whatnot. It's completely fireproof for all intents and purposes. I mean, unless you dump it in a furnace or a smelter, it's fireproof. And it's made out of spinning slag at foundries into a wool. So it's like minerals spun into a fiber. And you could cut it with a bread knife, cut it to shape, and you can insulate homes with it. What is deadly is the pink insulation crap, the fiberglass, that turns into black smoke, and black smoke then ignites. So that's awful, but polyurethane spray-on foam is way more awful. And that's the sort of thing that burns apartments and buildings under construction to the ground, with the fire spreading so fast that the workers can't even escape and die too. It's not spray-on foam. Before they've put drywall in. So the drywall is weak fireproofing, but as soon as a fire breaks through it and hits the polyurethane spray-on insulation, just think about polyurethane as being the equivalent of oil. It's like spraying the inside of your home with crude oil and using that for insulation. I'm absolutely horrified that that's legal. It needs to be made illegal immediately. But please, guys, look, your dryer vent is probably like this. You probably don't know because we need to change the laws so that the dryers in the United States can't do this. People in the comments for these type of videos. I mean, look at the amount of lint that comes out. This will be endless. People remarking in Germany say we don't have these problems, and that's because dryers in Germany have to be manufactured so that lint doesn't build up inside them and it doesn't go out the damn vent. Have you ever seen a little bit of a lint pile? If you walk past like somebody's apartment and there's lint like on the ground where the little vent is, that's a symptom of this much lint being on the inside. This amount in the tubes. This amount is also inside of your dryer if your vent is like this. So the good thing about this is you can actually look inside of your dryer and clean it out yourself with a vacuum. But you do need a pro to stick their tools in and clean your lint tube. So after this is cleaned, you got to put a much tighter mesh. This is the #1 way that I think a lot, if it's not the attic, this is the #1 way I think homes are being lost in wildfires, because that is the easiest way for fire to enter a home ever that I've ever seen. It's like inviting a fire. This has not reached public awareness. Yes, you're hearing it first because this is my own just common sense observation. So a way that we could actually stop wildfire losses is legislation that we have to demand. We have to raise public awareness. I'll make a video. We have to demand that dryers in the United States can't have lint build up inside them, and it can't go in the damn tubes, for one thing. And two, you have to have a much finer mesh on all vents that go inside of a home, like all soffit vents, dryer vents, etc. What's more frightening about this is that that's a vent on the side of a home. Like there's some stucco there, but the rooftop dryer vents. So let me keep scrolling until I find one. Yeah, the rooftop dryer vents. So here's one of the worst I've ever seen in my life. This is a laundromat in somewhere back east, and that's an incredible amount of lint. That's oh my God. I do believe this is, it's not clickbait, but that is very true. Like inside your dryer, it probably looks like this. And in the United States, there's no regulation for the actual heating element to be separate from where the lint builds up. Like here it is all over, the lint's building up on the electronics. So lint inside a dryer. The nice thing about this is you can clean it out yourself, but if you've ever opened a dryer, it's probably underneath your dryer too. It's actually not that difficult. You can do it with a couple of screws. The rear of the dryer needs to be inspected too. I will make videos on how to do all this, but this is what's really alarming. That's the motor right there, and lint can build up all over the motor. And a lot of the times, these lint drying folks who do this for a living pull out some lint chunks, and it's already charred because it's directly on the heating elements and where the wiring connects to the motor. It's just a heart attack frightening. So, but you can do the Google right now. You can like how to open your dryer. There's a couple of nice how-to videos. This might be the one that I saw before. I'm not sure, but this section right here is going to be full of lint probably, because this is I'm not sure. It's something you take off with a screwdriver, though. Many of the dryers sold in the United States have this section. And let's see if he does take it off. Yeah, it's the lint will go up and build up in this little part. So don't neglect it. And as he moves it away, aha, there it is. That's if you have the kind of stackable washer dryer unit, and you've ever seen the kidney shaped, like directly in the back, you have to stick your fingers in it and pull it out. I had one of those bad dryers before. The lint that goes through the holes builds up in the back of the dryer like this. Totally nuts. So, sorry, Irvin, what was your question? Did I contact CAL FIRE about my channel? No, can you tell me what I was, fresh from memory about what you're talking about? Michael Jones says also, sea cans aren't made to be buried. They need to be reinforced. Yeah, that was back to the talking about fire shelters. Before you go off and build a fire shelter and stuff, these are some really easy ways to protect your home. Most homes, if you take these precautions, have your basic defensible space, no bushes up against the walls of your home. You've got some distance, like gravel. You don't let, waist high grass go right up to your home. You don't have any overhanging trees that could be on fire and fall on your home. Clean out your gutter vents, or better yet, just have the kind that don't need to be cleaned. No pine needles, the basics, no pine needles in your gutters. Fireproof kind of a roof, and you have stapled a fine mesh or updated your soffit vents to be fireproof, and you have cleaned out your lint. No lint buildup in the laundry. It's actually where most deadly fires in the home usually begin, is the laundry. Really sucks. Cheryl says, so there's no codes for apartment buildings in the U.S. for lint removal? I don't think so. If there are, they're being completely ignored. Completely. You would not believe what I've seen. I'm used to going to apartments. I have a lot of friends that live in them. And where you have walkways and hallways, pretty typically in the United States, the staircases are outdoors. There's fire codes for that, which are a bit weird. But then you have like front doors and stuff, and right next to it, you've got the lint, the tiny square lint things with it. Usually there's like a bunch of fluffy lint on the ground because they're that clogged. Urban says promotions and info. I can't post a link on Firewise for some reason. Okay, what's Firewise? What are you trying to do? I didn't think I was supposed to call CAL FIRE for any reason. Somebody's moving to the 2nd Street Bridge. Okay. I'm not sure why the police are still in Reno. They're not explaining what call by the bridge. They may be looking for bodies in the Truckee. Okay. Oh, about vents, yeah. If there are any dryer vent cleaning regulations in the United States, they're not enforced. So there are massive accidents waiting to happen. I'm not sure why more of them just don't happen. Like they're ticking time bombs. But in places like Germany, the Germans were astonished watching these lint cleaning videos. You see constant comments like, we don't have this problem in Germany because we have regulations that manufacturers can't even make death traps like this. These are just, I've come to understand through the lens of countries that do things better, that in the United States, our dryers are almost 100% of them here are fires waiting to happen, because they allow lint to build up all over the place inside. It's just simply because they don't have a fine enough mesh around the lint trap. It's ridiculous. So the older your dryer is, and the less, the more the likeliness, the more the dice is rolled, the more likely you're going to have a fire, unless you constantly, probably yearly, vacuum the inside of it and take it half apart, and your lint tube. It's astonishing. There's just thousands and thousands of these videos. Oh, by the way, massive red flag warning, like you are in danger. If your dryer gets very hot, like to the touch, when it's drying your clothes, but your clothes don't dry, that's your lint buildup reaching crisis point. You may pull the lint trap out. It may be clean. The lint is trapped in the dryer. That means there's so much lint that the wet air, which is supposed to be vented out, that's why there is a vent to the outside of your home. Otherwise, this would be a mold dungeon. So I was listening to firefighters. Okay, what your dryer does is it produces heat, or if it's on tumble dry with no heat, it's not air fluff, I mean. What it's doing is it's venting the moist air out of your building. I mean, if it vented it straight into your bathroom or something, you would just have a dungeon of mold, right? So that's it. Just airflow. You want to speed it up, you add heat, right? So if your clothes are not drying and yet the laundry, the dryer is very hot, oh my God. Okay. I'm going to finish my sentence and I'll tell you what just came over the radio. If there's so much vent that it can't vent the moist air, then it can't vent the heat either. So your clothes stay wet and your dryer overheats. If it overheats enough, the lint will ignite because you're going to run the dryer again and again. You're going to run it again because your clothes are not dry. And so you're going to keep it running. The heat's going to be trapped in there because it can't vent out the vent. And then eventually it'll ignite because the lint is all over the heating elements and everywhere else too. So this is a incredible, basically a hazard to everybody who owns their own washing machine and dryer in their own house. Because almost all the United States appliances, they're allowed, government does not regulate this, they're allowed to build death trap designs like this, fire traps. And we have to change this immediately. Like, no wonder structure fire deaths are and house fire deaths are staying static, while every other cause of accidental death in the United States is going down. My comment section is off. What do you mean it's off? You're commenting. You mean Urban? Can you tell me what you mean? Cheryl says $150,000 in damages from dryer fire at Saskatoon apartment buildings. Yep. They responded with 3 fire engines, a rescue truck, and a ladder truck. There's crazy statistics. That was 2016. Yeah, there's crazy statistics about the amount of fires that start in the laundry. So we may have to change building code too, because to never allow laundry to be in a bathroom. Okay, what they said on the radio is we need to keep searching the river, and there is new video evidence from a caller. So in Reno, the dispatch constantly talking to the police who are looking, perhaps, I think it's the Truckee River, for somebody who may have gone in there, either jumped or drowned off a bridge, or been pushed off a bridge. So they're combing the river bottoms at the same time, and it may be unrelated. Hours ago, in the middle of the night, a tremendous amount of blood was found, and the police got dogs out and were following a blood trail, a human blood trail, after men fighting was reported. And Unless somebody was immediately taken to a hospital, it sounds like a murder to me. No one can comment on this video when you are offline. Nobody can make video comments on a live stream until it's over. You can only chat. Are you talking about this stream? Or a different one? Or like an old video of mine? I'm a bit confused.
Search for a possible subject. It's the Virginia Street Bridge to North Virginia, District 1 on gold frequency. Ladder 1, Squad 1, Engine 21, Engine 8, Battalion 1 to the Virginia Street Bridge to North Virginia, District 1 on gold frequency.
Okay, they're looking for somebody in the water. The Virginia Street Bridge. That's what they've been talking about all night. Let's just find it. I'm now super curious. Let's find the. I haven't been to Reno in 7. Actually, I drove through it with John Stoker in 2022. But other than that, I haven't been to Reno since I was 7. Very different place now. So let's look up Google Maps. I'm gonna pull this up. I wonder what the heck is going on. It's now water rescue units showing up. Virginia Street Bridge, Reno, Nevada. Over the Truckee.
Reno, Battalion 1, is this a PS Fire 1 assignment?
Yeah, you're probably right. Sorry about that. It's early. Are you going to PS Fire 1?
Thank you much. I'm enough.
Alright. So there's an island downstream somebody could crawl out of. Although, I don't think they're looking for anybody who's alive.
Reno to any units that might have switched to gold. This is actually going to be on PS Fire 1. Correction, PS Fire 1.
Oh. I hope it's deeper than that.
11.
We've been waved out by rim, so we're going to close cars available.
11.
It can be much deeper than that. Anybody local know the depth of the Truckee River right now, actually in Reno? Sure, during the peak of summer, it's not very deep, but there should be snow melt now, still happening. Should have some depth in it.
We're in our 130.
So it's not a tremendously high bridge.
No, 130.
Can we have the other 2 north units head to the 925 estuary circle, and they can 21 me when they get there?
What is the address? 925. It is the estuary.
Oh my God. Yes.
Beaver, and I watch the 21 them.
Hey, photos. Welcome. How you doing? I apologize for that. Very loud. Oh my God. Heart attack. All right, you guys suffer less than I do with scanner radio because I have a limiter for the volume for what you hear. So if somebody broadcasts tremendously loud next to somebody whispering, it does an okay job of boosting the volume of the whispering person and lowering the volume of the loud person.
137 or 141, Reno 1063.
I'm listening to the raw. And I just had a heart attack about how loud that was.
Both units en route with our 130 to 925 estuary circle, referencing the SPARKS 76 with units at the hospital.
Estuary circle. Okay, this sounds fancy. So we've had reports all night, guys, of crime. The fire's looking great.
165 in radio.
Good morning. Yeah, that sounds great. Coffee sounds great. I've switched to interacting with chat, and I
Virginia Street Bridge, District 1, Boat 4, respond to North Virginia Street Bridge.
Okay, all night's been chaos from
On red or PS Fire 1?
criminals going wild.
PS Fire 1.
A lot of it stranger on stranger interactions. Irvin, thank you for looking that up. The Truckee River is in moderate drought.
3163, 3177, if closer happens to become available, send them your way. 3245 Reno Vista Drive, Reno Vista Apartments, individually numbered for 1016, male, female, female stole the male's phone and is refusing to give it back. 3245 Reno Vista Drive.
Everybody should go to Photos Against Anxiety's channel and sub. Awesome work as a photographer. It soothes me each morning. So let me see if there's a way I can link to your channel real quick. Photos is a great supporter of the channel. We met via a mutual friend.
No, 145.
Nevada, Boy, Nora, Ida, Edward, William, Nora, Yellow.
Copy. Boy, Nora, Ida, Edward, William, Nora, Yellow.
Different band, take the auto name, please.
There.
Clear active on a 18 Subaru, last of Swader, first of Natalie, or last of Long, first of Linda.
Hey, good morning. November 6th call. Mac Lima.
And Natalie lives at that estuary address.
Yeah, we are now firmly in the summer fire season of the West Coast. California's at least. Washington and Oregon's is, for the West, not really begun yet, but Eastern Oregon, Eastern Washington, yes. I have a cracked tooth. I'm sorry, I sound like I'm drunk. I've got a fever, but there's swelling happening. In a few minutes, I should probably go, maybe half an hour, because I have an emergency dental appointment. And I'm sorry I didn't begin covering the two major fires that happened in the Reno area. Is this the 12-hour time lapse? I think they're, oops. I tried to preserve the 12-hour time lapse.
There you go.
Oh, crap.
So we cancel that round, so we're available.
Both fires are on the 12-hour time lapse. It's a bit suspicious to me.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Add engine 4 to the boat 4 call, please.
Like a kind of a way. Both grass fires that race up hills, but mostly away from structures. Started by roads. So it could just be innocent, oopsie, somebody had an accident and ran, didn't report it. We have no idea how they started, but this is the second fire. The other one was in broad daylight yesterday called the Trail Fire. It ballooned to 350 acres. I was dead asleep because my tooth problem, my toothache had made me asleep during the day because I was awake with it all night. But I've got more pain control now, knock on wood. Woke up at 9:30 p.m. just as this second fire, we have to wait for the time lapse to finish, broke out and raced up a hill. And the firefighters are still battling, I won't say battling it, more like mop up. And I went live and I apologize for the erroneous title. It says there's mandatory evacuations, but it's an honest mistake because watch duty.
Battalion 1, I'm arriving on scene. Apparently, PD status is cordoned off pretty well on the Virginia Street Bridge. We'll call this Truckee Command. Battalion 1 will be in command. So I gathered some information. I assume that this is related to the call several hours ago.
Okay, I'll fill you on that.
Route 265 Emerson on a medical, starts clear 537.
Okay, we got some crazy stuff happening.
I need to meet me somewhere along this bridge so we can figure out how we're going to do what we do. Sure.
All right, I'm not sure which fire.
It's Virginia first, with Sullivan.
That black spot is. I don't know if that's Trail or
Command copy.
Sullivan.
Command Squad 1, same traffic.
Hang on, I'll explain. Just a second. We got some crazy stuff happening on scanner radio. Somebody went off a bridge who may be dead. There have been some serious crimes throughout the night that were riveting. Otherwise, I would have been off the air and doing my very critical accounting work and personal stuff work, I was going to build a website tonight, a prototype, to see if I could make a website for fire info, like as they happen. And that's what Sarah Luna and I were discussing and working on. But this fire broke out at 9:30. So at first I was like, well, look, there's more important things to do than cover a wildfire with no evacuations, right? And she said there are evacuations. So I put that in the title. I verified it with Watch Duty, said there were evacuations, mandatory ones. And then Sarah goes, oh, it was reduced to not mandatory. I went, oh, well, should we go back to our website work then?
SPARKS and NT's priority 3 available.
And we thought, okay. And we want to do two things: create a website so people can get fire information there. Also create a kind of like a chat group where people can talk to each other, like vocally. We're talking Microsoft Teams or Slack or whatnot. Share photos, send messages to me and my other mods, and upload photos. And fire victims could talk to each other, offer each other help privately. That'll be Microsoft Teams or Slack, it looks like, or maybe a very similar thing. So we were trying to set this up when she says, you know, it's gone back to a mandatory evacuation.
171.
So I dropped everything and went live. I'm sorry, I do not clickbait anybody. I can't change the title until after the stream is over, because what YouTube does is it
111, 171 Sparks.
Woo! Punish that. The fires are looking great, but new crimes have occurred.
Wendy's 130 Solomon Court. Rems is on scene advising patient wants to speak with officers about something his brother did. They're code 4 on scene. Patient now requesting PD.
Oh. There may have been 2 murders as we've been covering this. How are you, November Golf? Like Mike Leem, are you ready? Are you ready for the summer fire season? I'm not quite ready, but I'm doing it every single day, guys. I am slamming, like working every single waking hour. I'm getting my personal affairs together and in order so I can be exclusively available for Firestream. But there's a lot of sorrow happening in my life that I can't explain, where I have friends and family who are gravely ill. And I wish that we're different, but there have been other fires I really wanted to cover. But I've got to get these affairs in order. And so I've been waiting for a time when there was a true emergency. So I thought that was last night when they declared for the second time emergency evacuation orders in this Reno SPARKS area. So this Sullivan fire got 2 different camera views. It's this hilly area north of the Hug High School. And so these neighborhoods right here were on notice, evacuation notice. And so I decided to go live because I thought they had just for the second time issued mandatory evacuations. So I go live, I turn on scanner radio, and it turns out that the firefighters are going, no, wrong, no, dispatch, no. We never wanted anybody to evacuate, just be ready. Try AG1 for my stomach issues. Can you email that to me, please, Cheryl? I have a fever right now, and I'm going to have trouble remembering anything about this dream, probably. My dental appointment is creeping up on us, guys. I have to get ready for that soon. So I'm going to call it that this is the last 15 minutes of the show.
1042. Have a great day.
Then it's time to shower and not smell like a buffalo at the dentist, right? So
2072 Washoe radio check.
In fact, let me go to the bathroom heater. So I stayed longer because I was picking the brains of people who asked me for advice, like what what kind of chat and, not just chat program. We need something beyond WhatsApp and whatnot where we can come together as a group, brand new people affected by fires, the mods, and everybody else to share information. Oh yeah, you'll see me soon. Not today, because I'm going to come back and pass out. I'll be totally sedated and high on laughing gas. Okay, so I'll tell you why I stayed and what the murder situation is, and there may or may not be somebody dead in the Truckee River right now. I don't remember what time it was. I haven't been taking timestamp notes, but as I was going to wrap stuff up, because around 2 in the morning, things calmed down. The fires calmed down. They chased after spot fires. I have not heard any structure loss whatsoever. Watch duty stopped updating. We never did get a perimeter map. I never saw any aircraft explain how many acres or blah, blah, blah. It's unknown acreage. They just stopped updating around 35. We have 2 different camera views on it. This is a 12-hour time lapse. Has both fires on the same camera view, the trail and the Sullivan. The Sullivan was the one in the middle of the SPARKS neighborhood. Medic 46 is canceling on scene. I'll tell you about the possible murders in a second. So this is one of the fires, and can a local explain to me, this black and charred area? I think this is the Medic 46 is transporting somebody. I don't know who, because there's multiple calls going live at once. Oh, we can't talk about federally illegal substances in the chat, Urban. Wink, family friendly. Sorry, I'm still listening. I've muted it for you guys because it's a bunch of chaos on the scanner radio, but I keep listening because I want to know what happened with the bridge. Anyway, beyond midnight, at some point in time, some weird crimes started happening. So a shirtless and shoeless person somewhere began threatening people and trying to beat them with a stick. And then another person, supposedly in a red shirt, was on the Truckee Bridge here, the Virginia Street one, presumably, trying to push people off. Now, depth of the water is unknown at this point. It still should be pregnant with snowmelt. Urban just looked it up, and it looked like it was in partial drought conditions, so I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's guaranteed death if you fell into it. I hope it's deep enough where somebody could survive. But the fact that they didn't find anybody yet, and they kept searching throughout the night because they had multiple colors, multiple confusing reports, somebody trying to push people, and then when it seemed like it was that nobody entered the water, that he did not successfully push anybody in. It seemed they all stopped. There was a huge water rescue response of people that showed up, like a small city worth of ambulances, fire trucks, and not. They all went off the call, only for callers to come back and say, actually, somebody may have jumped off of the bridge. And so they did a river search for a subject, which I think they're carefully not saying victim. So they resumed that. And then next thing we had was a wrong-way driver on one of the major freeways, which was freaky. I don't know what happened. They did not update on it. The next thing that happened was 2 home invasions, possibly. Type robberies may have been attempted, one of which may have just been a burglar who didn't know somebody was home. There was an old lady in a walker who was packing heat. I think she scared off the burglar. Good job, lady. And the next exciting thing was reports of 2 males fighting by the river, unspecified area. The cops show up and find a significant amount of blood, consistent with reports of 2 males fighting. There were random mentions of knives all over the place, but I can't tie it into which thing because there were multiple crimes and reports of crime. A 911 caller who was just driving somewhere was flagged down by pedestrians because there were 2 people laying down. Yeah, pistol packing granny, Irvin. 2 people laying down injured, and just random weird reports. But when the police got down to the river, and I don't know if it was something like this, like inside of the urban area, or if it was more riparian. We're talking river bottoms. I don't know, but they found a lot of blood and a blood trail and began following a human blood trail with dogs. Since they didn't find anybody collapsed in, like, oh, help me, I do wonder if that was a murder. And then a new caller came in and said somebody is in the water with a credible report with video. So that resumed this water quote rescue. It sounds to me a lot more like it's a body search. So that's why I've been on the edge of my seat here, trying to figure out if I'm going to hear the end of this. This is 46. Wow.
1946, copy in quarters.
The things you hear monitoring wildfires. So this is the Virginia Street Bridge.
William 110, Reno radio check.
Looks pretty. Not a script. Not quite the tall thing I was imagining before.
William 110.
But who knows? Maybe a local can chime in. Now, this is how bad the fire was looking last night. See the Twitter. Here's 2 things courtesy of
195, 193, 1063.
Truckee Meadows Fire Department.
She was not stop 144.
Not as bad as I had initially thought, because that's a pretty short grass. Could have been way worse if it was taller. At least in this area. They chased around some spot fires successfully. And I believe they renamed the spot fires the Hug Fire after the, high school where they were assembling.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oops.
Yeah, can you guys stop forward to where 21 just moved?
That was the wrong video.
Under that first street sign. Yeah.
You can see how serious it was. Some people are live streaming this on TikTok. I refuse to use it, so I just don't want to make a TikTok account. I just don't. It's one more thing to monitor. But it's got to be bigger than 35 acres. That was the last we heard, though.
170, a copy. They can go code 3.
Code 3.
4 and 293, copy.
Jane Blackbird, hi. Says, sounds like a hectic night for first responders in Reno. Yes.
Drop that code 3, I'll be closer.
Charles 16, copy, code 3.
Okay, where are they responding?
We're going from the south side.
10 units responding 6 in Citro. One male is a black male, black shirt. The other is a white male, red shirt.
Okay, that means lights and sirens. Go, go, go. Oh yeah, it was a crazy night. Like, is it a full moon? What's the moon thing? But friends, it's time for me to go. And I've got a dental appointment, and I should not smell like a bison. My tooth shattered. Filling came out the day before yesterday. I'm losing track of time. So this is last call for questions. Last call for questions. I hope I've summarized things pretty well. The Sullivan fire was kind of central Reno, central north Reno. The trail fire was earlier in the day yesterday when I was asleep. It was 350 acres Both of them started near a road and ran up the hill with grass. And there's been a vehicle fire of unknown origin, a stable barn fire, and perhaps a different structure fire. So I was a little bit suspicious, but nobody said so on the radio or from official channels. It's just a you know. If somebody was starting these things, they had enough, it's in the general region, they had enough time to get from one place to another. But it could just be very simple explanations, just accidents. It got windy and cold, and so it could be anything from homeless people trying to keep warm to people partying because school's out, you know, to just complete accidents. Just not lightning. They're describing suspects and what they're wearing, but I have no idea what they're suspected of doing. And that's so frustrating, is we keep hearing a mix of police checking in with dispatch, and we don't know which exact call they're updating dispatch on. We care about you. Oh, thank you. Thank you all for the kind donations. Please hit the like button. The link to donate to keep us ad-free and well on the air, because that is in question right now. I don't know if I can continue to do this. If I don't break even this year, this is my last year. I just got to say that. Please consider even $1 donation on the PayPal link, which PayPal gives me 100%. That's a link in the description of the video and also in the chat. Even $1 is absolutely appreciated. Maybe. It's great. I've been live for about 5.5 hours. So you can tell, you know, why we need more donations. If you can't, don't worry about it. You could definitely help by hitting like buttons, being a subscriber, but share the link with people that you think could benefit with this information. We don't rate very high in YouTube's algorithm because we're not clickbait trendy crap, you know. So mostly we spread by word of mouth, people sharing the links. And once we reach more subscribers, we have better ways to make money off of YouTube by having like a YouTube store and selling t-shirts and stuff, but we can't do that till we have 25,000 subscribers, I think. So I was listening to dispatch. So, okay, there are no more questions. No, except Gene Blackbird says, any update on the cod fire in Redding? Let's look at it. I've been kind of exclusively focused on Nevada tonight. Redding. A prescribed burn. There's a cod fire in Redding. Oh, there's a nice guy on dispatch. He goes, good morning. I don't know about a cod fire in Redding, actually. The Gore Ranch prescribed burn, active, the Jellies fire, was 17 acres. There's a lot of prescribed burns happening in California, very small things. Southern California had larger, but mostly out in the middle of nowhere, fires. So I was listening to dispatch. So yeah, there is no info because I can't see anything about it. Oh, Wairika, Shasta County. Okay, that's way beyond Redding. That's the border with Oregon. Okay. Just under 30 acres, 70% containment as of 7 hours ago. They made significant progress. Still listening to dispatch. Yeah, they reported forward progress was stopped. yesterday about 8 p.m. just before I woke. Anyway, I really do have to go, guys. So thank you for being here. Yeah, that's okay. Montague. This is very, very sparsely inhabited. This is truly middle of nowhere. I believe. Let me make sure I'm not talking out of my. It's mostly cattle ranch country and possibly abandoned. Okay, there is a neighborhood, probably a ranch. Okay, maybe I should eat my hat over that. Rural living. No sign of a true community out there. Hornbrook, the nearest community, which, yeah, that does have an I-5 exit. Yeah, this is as you're climbing to get to the Siskiyou Pass on I-5 and cross to the Oregon border. It's still pretty dry. It's northwest, north of Weed. That's Weed's. Hang on, I'm listening. Dispatch. Yeah. Anyways, cattle grazing land northeast of Mount Shasta. Awesome, that's looking good. They had some north winds that kind of put me on edge for a little bit, but they pounced on fires and did a great job. Go, go, go. Yeah. Yeah, my teeth don't save themselves. True. Okay. Yeah, I got to run, guys. Thank you for being here. Please donate $1 if you can. We had 916 views. That's actually phenomenal for a late night stream. If everybody gave me $1, oh my God, I'd live. I'd survive. So far, we made $30 though. I can't live on this. Do help. Do help. I just filled my car with gasoline at the low rate of $3.95 a gallon, and it cost me $65. So, yikes. Oh, that was adorable. I'm sorry I didn't unmute it. He goes, "You have a good morning." That's what dispatch just said. He's a very cheerful guy. I think they're doing the shift change. Yep. Good luck.
Did you say
Thank
that
you.
was occurring when they were calling, which was at 0550 hours?
Reno has some of the cutest dispatchers that sound like friendly children. So anyway, $1 helps. Everything helps at this point. Don't sweat it if you can't do it. You can help by hitting the like button, being a sub, and sharing the link. I'm going to get off here before something new happens that captures my interest. So good luck at the dentist. Thank you very much. And I'll be too drugged today to do anything. I mean, a meteor could crash into the White House, and I will not be able to cover it. I will be laughing gas high as a kite and sedated. So don't expect me to be here today. Maybe, I'll start monitoring fires again day after tomorrow. I don't have a schedule. I'm still trying to wrap up personal affairs. And it'll be when there's evacuations and stuff. So thank you, everybody, for coming. Thanks for being here. And we'll see you. I'll see you next time. If you hit the subscribe button with a ringing bell, you'll know when. Have a great night, guys. I mean, a good morning. God, it's